Wouldn't that be nice? I wish. Oh, yes. I would love to. Yeah, did. That's when I met you.
They were my neighbors. These are from my church. That's Peter. My neighbor. There's another neighbor. And the same floor. Our wall. I knock him in the morning. Wake up. Yeah, yeah.
They're so pretty. I love them.
You name it. Chica, vete para allá. Guess who called from Israel today? Yeah, no, Myers' sister. Yeah, it's been for a long time.
Okay, everybody, we're going to start the meeting here in about a minute. Let's get ready. I got a new notebook in Maine because I ran out my old one. This is all the same, right? Use this one? Okay. Okay, everybody, good evening. Look like we've got a full crowd here. Definitely exciting. Welcome to the Dania Beach City Commission regular meeting, Tuesday, July 9th, 2024 at 7 p.m. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Mayor Ryan,
Here.
Vice Mayor Llewellyn,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner James,
Here.
Commissioner Salvino,
Here.
City Attorney Bootsas,
Here.
City Manager Garcia,
Here.
Mayor Quorum.
Thank you, Clerk. Let's all take a moment and bow our heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. right, getting into business. Item 3.1 for presentations and special event approvals is a special event application approval for the 2025 Vintage Motorcycle Show, and this is a Parks and Recreation item.
Mr. Mayor, all departments have gone through the application process, and we recommend approval.
All right. Commissioner James,
Make a motion to approve item 3.1.
motion to approve. Vice Mayor,
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Item 3.1 passes unanimously. Item 3.2 is a request for proclamation for Florida Panthers Day, and this is sponsored by Commissioner Salvino. Commissioner James,
Make a motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to be reading that proclamation next. Next, we have a request for a proclamation for Gertrude Jacobs on her 100th birthday, and this is sponsored. All right, all right.
Wow. What's the secret?
Afterwards. I haven't heard the proclamation. Wait, we're all excited.
All right, all right.
Danny Martini at 4 o'clock.
Oh, I like that.
Commissioner James, motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Vice Mayor, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that proclamation's coming up. And item 3.4 for our presentations, this is Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy proposal presentation. This is by Parks and Recreation.
Awesome, awesome. Mr. Mayor, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank Commissioner Davis for introducing to Cassie and I this truly remarkable individual that I actually been following her career for a very, very long time. So she's a resident. She's a 1984 Olympic silver medalist for the United States of America. Just truly a remarkable individual. She's here with her daughter, Rita, and myself, and Candido and Cassie. We've been meeting for several months. Cassie and I are always looking for opportunities to augment our, what we offer in Parks and Recreation. And so we were able to sit down with Rita and come up with something really, really special and unique. And with that, I want to turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, and she could turn it over to Ms. Rita Crockett.
Hello, Cassie Warren, Director of Parks and Recreation. Ms. Crockett and her daughter will take over the presentation, but to kick things off, we are going to just play a little video for you. Ms. Crockett was also inducted into the Volleyball Hall of Fame. And so as part of her induction, they do a kind of get to know her and what she's accomplished throughout her years in her career, in her coaching career as an athlete herself. So we're going to play that first, then she will give her little presentation, and then at the end we have a little surprise for you as well.
Considered as one of the best all-around volleyball players ever in the world, Rita Crockett has been a trailblazer in the sport of volleyball for parts of 5 decades and continues to be active in the sport today. After earning AIAW All-American honors in 1977 as part of the legendary University of Houston volleyball team, along with the late Volleyball Hall of Famer Flo Hyman, Rita turned her skills to the international volleyball scene and helped put the United States among the world's elite. She was selected to the 1980 U.S. Women's Olympic Volleyball Team, which was among the favorites to win the gold medal at the Moscow Olympic Games. However, Rita and her teammates were denied the chance for Olympic stardom in 1980 due to the United States boycott of those Moscow Games. Despite the disappointment of not competing in Moscow, Rita continued channeling her energies into her volleyball career. In 1981, she was voted to the All-World team as one of the top 6 players, as she played a key role in the U.S., placing 4th at the FIVB World Cup in Osaka, Japan. 1 year later, Rita and her American teammates captured the bronze medal at the FIVB World Championship in Lima, Peru. That momentum carried over into the 1984 Olympic Games in Los Angeles as the U.S. reached the medal round with victories over West Germany, China, and Brazil. Team USA reached the gold medal match with a 4-set victory over Peru in the semifinals, guaranteeing the Americans their first ever Olympic Games volleyball medal. In the gold medal match, a Chinese team led by Volleyball Hall of Famer Lang Ping earned the title, with the U.S. taking home the silver medal. Outside of the U.S. national team program, Rita played 16 years of professional volleyball in Japan, Italy, and Switzerland. From 1982 to 86, she honed her skills in Japan's V-League, playing for Daiei. In her final season with Daiei, she helped lead the squad to the V-League title. Rita returned to the United States to play in the new Major League Volleyball League from 1986 to 87, earning the league's Most Valuable Player award in 1987. During this time, she moved into the coaching field, serving as an assistant with Long Beach State University from 1986 to 88. While not competing in the MLV or coaching, Rita took to the sand and became an accomplished beach volleyball star, competing on the Women's Professional Volleyball Association Tour from 1988 to 1996. In 1989, she teamed with Volleyball Hall of Famer Jackie Silva to win the World Beach Volleyball Championship and become the first African-American woman to earn the title. The following season, she was league runner-up with Angela Rock. Rita's indoor career continued in Italy with Matera and Rome from 1988 to 1983. In the 1989-90 season, Rita doubled as Matera's head coach. During the 1991 season, Rita was named the most valuable player of the Italian League and would later help Rome win the European Club Championship in 1993. Rita transferred her skills to the Swiss League from 1993 to 1998 as she played for RTV Basel, doubling as the team's head coach. RTV Basel won the Swiss Cup from 1994 to 96, the Swiss Championship from 95 to 96, and participated in the European Cup of Champions in 1995. Rita, who also served as the Swiss national team head coach in 1995, was named Most Valuable Player of the League 4 times. After her playing career ended in 1998, Rita continued to coach back in the United States. She served as the head coach at the University of Iowa from 1998 to 2004, before taking on the associate head volleyball coach role at Florida State University in 2004. From 2000 to 2002, she was active within USA Volleyball High Performance Pipeline, coaching youth volleyball players. Rita, who was named to USA Volleyball's Women's All-Era Team for 1978 to 2003, established the Rita Crockett Academy in 2005 and serves as the director and head court trainer for the North Florida Volleyball Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the player, the coach, and the teacher, Rita Crockett, into the Volleyball Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's all mine. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to say this tells a lot about what I did and what my passion is. It's obviously volleyball, but it's sports in general. I love sports. I mean, that's what I do when I go home. I watch what sports on. Tennis is on, and I watch tennis. You know, soccer. I don't know too much about soccer, but my husband and I were just screaming like crazy watching soccer this week. The Panthers, you know, like, yes, I love them. They won. You know, like, wait, it's just, I love sport. I love it. So I'm not done. That's all I can say. You know, Yeah, I got a little gray hair, but I'm not done. You know, I'm ready to rock and roll on the next thing and help this community that we've lived in for 12 years in Dania Beach. And there's so much to give, so much to do here. We're in the middle of Miami, Deerfield, where the beach sports has nowhere to go except down there or over there. Well, why not be here?
That's right.
Why not be in Dania? It's beautiful here. So I not only want to bring that part of this to Dania, but also internationally. As you can see from the video, I know a few people internationally. I played in Italy, played in Japan. My champion friend is Brazilian. All of these sports, these other sports that I want to bring here are really big there. And I want to bring those international teams here. So to do that, we have to build it so they will come, right? So that's what I want to do. So I want to bring my passion to Dania Beach. And I have some things that, you know, we have a presentation here that we want to talk to you about. It's making a beach sports facility here in Dania Beach that will include sand pickleball, beach volleyball, foot volley beach, sand soccer, sand flag football. There's so many, beach tennis. There's so many sports that people play that they have nowhere to go. And why not have them come to Dania Beach? It's beautiful here. So I'd like to just go through our presentation here quickly so that we can talk to you a little bit about what we have to offer and help bring this to the community. First of all, we want to build a facility, a sand sport facility here. So what we're looking at doing is making about 6 volleyball courts, beach volleyball courts, that will change into beach tennis, sand pickleball, beach soccer, beach flag football, all of the sports that I talked about. We have a facility, we want to make a facility that will open up to all of these sports.
And also with that, the special thing about that too is having lights. Because in the area, there's nothing like a facility like this, especially in our area. Like, I think the closest one is maybe Georgia that has lights. So you can play all these sports and have adult leagues. I've been in adult leagues, and once the sun comes down, that's it. You got to go home, you know, and after work, you want to have a place to go let off steam, not just the gym or anything like that. If you want to play one of these sports, you want to have some place to go. So having a facility with lights would be so beneficial, and that's something that this facility would bring.
And also just for wear and tear on your body, sand is so much better. I mean, especially at 66, but I don't know who's that age in here. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm just saying, for me personally, to play sand pickleball, I'm not gonna break my fake knees and have to get new ones again. You know, it's just, there's so many things that sand does for you. Playing sand soccer. Can you imagine how the juniors, if they're playing in tournaments in sand soccer, how strong they're gonna be? I mean, it's a training facility as well. Yeah. So we have a lot of ideas with that, making a beach junior club. This we want to do. This will be so awesome to have 4 different age groups, you know, 12 and under, 15 and under, 17 and under, and then the senior, the 18 and under. And you can travel. This is a travel team. You know, we can bring tournaments here so that we put heads in the beds, as you call it. We put heads in the beds and bring stuff here to Dania Beach instead of all the South Florida kids that play beach have to go away. Well, why not just be here?
For example, on Thursday, the USA Volleyball National Team program that builds up juniors, they're going to be on Fort Lauderdale Beach on Thursday, pretty much selecting the next kids that are going to be, that they deem Olympians in the future. Why not have that here in Dania Beach? They do week-long sessions with these kids, one-day sessions where they are looking for the next Olympians. We could bring that here to Dania Beach instead of having it at Fort Lauderdale Beach.
We might just know a few people that we can call, but I think that's huge to have the USA program training in our facility. You know, we can have the Italian pro teams training in our facility, the Brazilians, you know, if we have those connections, and I think that's the most important thing. This is an international city as well. You know, there's an airport a few miles away from where we want to do this at Frost Park. And I just think that there's so much good that can come out of this.
For example, flag football is now a scholarship sport. So having a training facility that helps the youth practice another sport that can gain and give them opportunities in the future, there's so much value in that. And having a facility like that can bring opportunities for the youth coming up and get college scholarships.
Respect, integrity, standard of excellence. Let's rise together. I really think that it's time for Dania Beach to move to the next level. And we're here. We live here. We live, 2 miles, 3 miles from the place that we would like to make a new beginning for you guys. So we do have some things that we want to talk to you about as far as how we can work together as partners. And if it's okay, can I present that to you guys now?
Please.
Please. So basically what we would like to do is maybe for 3 to 5 years have a contract with you, and for the startup cost, to split that startup cost 50%. It's in the books you guys will have. We're looking at a total of approximately $550,000 as the total cost startup, and which you guys would do 50%, and we would be responsible for the other 50%. Once that is done, of course, we don't want to build during hurricane season. Might lose a little of the sand, but we do want to tell you that we would give you guys 30% of what we're earning. We would take 70, and also we did get our 501c3, so we are a non-for-profit. So
I want to add to that, so the mayor and the vice mayor and our commissioners know that we've been looking at this contract, myself, Candido, our CFO, our city attorney, our parks director, to make sure that the investment and the return on the investment, the quality of the programming. But one of the many things that we liked about this is these activities and these sports are from kids to 100-year-olds.
yes.
Anybody can play, and it just brings something very, very unique to our city.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Another thing is we're professionals. I'm a professional at this. I know how to build these programs. The people that I would bring in to be, for example, my sport director or assistant sport director, these people are all professionals in this line of work. So what we also want to do is make sure that everyone is on the same page. So when we're having coaches that are coming in to coach our club teams or, have private lessons or anything like that, it is called an academy because everyone has to teach the same. So we will train our coaches to pass our academics before they're allowed to coach. And I think this is very important. It's not just to make money. It's literally bringing something to the community. The community would get, of course, some free time on the courts, with membership discounts, any type of things that is sold as far as junior club. If they have some kids that they want to be in the club, they will have discounts on that. We want to have after-school programs so that we can get the kids out of the air conditioning and get them out, get them trained, get them some workouts and things. So there's a lot of stuff that goes with this, but we're ready to get it done. We're ready to go for it. Go ahead.
And with that, we want to show you one more thing that we want to bring.
My mom used to tell me, if you want to be a champion, you got to be a champion at life. I got to watch her play at her highest from when I was born.
From one generation to the next, we don't stop.
I always wanted to know why I am the way I am. My curiosity led me to Ancestry.
It breaks down like everything genetically, what that means.
That's amazing.
Right? It all comes full circle.
So this is a commercial, Ancestry commercial that just came out yesterday. My family. And what's really cool about this is a commercial that Ancestry is going to show during the Olympics. And we haven't seen it on TV yet, but people have been sending us, they're like, you guys are on TV.
I saw it.
So it's a national commercial, and this is the 30-second version. They have a minute version, they have a 45-second version, and can we run that again so I can show, there's a certain thing I just want to show you.
My mom used to tell me, if you want to be a champion, you got to be a champion at life. I got to watch her play at her highest from when I was born.
From one generation to the next, we don't stop.
See that?
I always wanted to know why I am the way I am. My curiosity led me to Ancestry.
It breaks down like everything genetically, what that means.
That's amazing.
Right? It all comes full circle.
There it is. It's beautiful. There it is. It's a family thing. So, guys, with that being said, this would be a family thing. My husband is, raise your hand, Renee. That's my husband. And I'm just going to introduce some people that are very, very important to this whole project. On the end there is Jeff Driscoll. He's a neighbor of ours, and he's just the coolest guy ever. So that's his role. I gotta be with cool people. I gotta walk with cool people. So, and then I have next to my husband is Paula Weishoff. She's my teammate that we won a silver medal together with. She's here. And she's my best friend. And then we have Cheryl Moore on the end here. She's one of my biggest fans, and she also played with me on our national team. So I'm well supported. We're well supported. And of course, Miss Thing here is my daughter. So. So I don't know what else I need to do. Do I?
Does the commission have any questions for Ms. Jacobs? There's a discussion item later. Oh, sorry, Ms. Crockett. Sorry, Ms. Crockett. Rita Crockett,
Yes,
silver medalist.
I'll forget.
I just want to say how proud we are to have such a legend living in our city. I mean, to be able to step foot all across the globe and to be able to be as successful as you are leaving quite the legacy. You are very decorated. I am very honored to be in your presence. I mean, as an Olympian, I'm just watching that just gave me the chills. I mean, that was during some very trying times, and I can't imagine what you all went through. But I feel like I can speak for the commission when I say we are truly honored to have residents such as yourself have a legacy here in the city of Dania Beach. And thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just want to I know you mentioned it during your presentation, but the proposed location of this is at Frost Park. And there's the proposed location, it would be, and you should have a little rendering of what it looks like in your backup that she provided, what the courts look like, as well as the rendering of the location, which is the northeast field of Frost Park. We've measured it out there, the least impact on that, the amount of activities that we have there. The highest volume rented baseball field is the one in the southeast corner. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear this is not on the beach because you hear sand volleyball. And also this would be the only sand volleyball, beach tennis, soccer, flag football pit in Florida. The closest one to this location would be in Georgia if this was something the city determined to move forward with. So it would put this city on the map, offering something outside, an outside sports, different aspect than just on the beach volleyball. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Okay, you know what? That was a great proposal. We've seen a lot of proposals. That one was energetic, and definitely you have all the credentials to back it up. And this is something that was just presented to us, but we definitely have to digest it, go over it with the staff, see what's best. But could be a possibility for sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good start. Good start. Okay, now we're going to go our proclamations. Item 4.1 is Parks and Recreation Month, and this is sponsored by Commissioner James. Sorry.
Thank you. Everyone know how near and dear Parks and Recreation is to me in my heart, and I am very appreciative of Cassie and her team in the way you've really hit the ground running, and not only making sure that we are continuing our great programs, but bringing new initiatives, new ideas, the creativity. I absolutely love it. And because July is Parks and Recreation Month, we have a proclamation for you. It reads, whereas Parks and Recreation is the part of communities throughout this country, and especially in the city of Dania Beach, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas we recognize that quality of life starts in parks, and the three pillars of the value of Parks and Recreation are coaching, connecting, and community. And whereas Parks and Recreation improves a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas we recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month, we also recognize the vital contributions of employees and volunteers in public parks and recreation facilities who keep public parks clean and safe for our visitors, organize youth and senior activities, provide health and fitness activities, offer learn to swim programs, plan special events, present cultural arts programs, provide social services, organize youth sports leagues, and advocate for more open space and better bikeways and trails. And whereas the city of Dania Beach adopted our first ever Parks Master Plan in 2019 and have begun the construction of the first Master Plan Park Improvement Project, investing over $23 million on a multi-generational community center, indoor gymnasium, outdoor pool, AstroTurf football field, outdoor basketball court, playground, exercise equipment, and a walking path at C.W. Thomas Park. And whereas our Parks and Recreation Department is proud to offer programs and services that enhance the quality of life for residents and visitors, ensuring that Dania Beach remains an attractive place to see it, live it, love it. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission, our mayor, Archibald J. Ryan IV, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Dania Beach, Florida, and recognize the benefits derived from the Parks and Recreation services. If we can have the Parks and Recreation staff come down and take a photo with us. You can stand up.
Joyce is going.
She left. Thank y'all.
Cassie,
we drive y'all crazy.
you want to
Parks
be
and
in the
Rec?
middle? Yeah. The table's fine. It actually adds a good buffer. Yeah, right in front. It's gotta be close. Big smiles. Get one like this. Keep smiling. Thank you, I got it.
Thank you. No words, Cassie? No? You want to say something? Come on.
Just thank you. Thank you for all your support, for all of these projects that we have going on, for the new programming you've allowed us to bring into the city. We're always looking at new ways to rise above and, you know, be the top in our county and in the South Florida area. So thank you for always supporting our visions and helping us make them come to life.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie, and the whole team. You guys have really elevated our city. Parks and Rec runs Dania After Dark, just so everybody knows that. And they took it over and they really transformed that event.
Elevated it.
Yeah, and they run a lot of other events as well. But I just wanted to bring up what they've done to Dania After Dark, and it's very commendable. So can't thank you guys enough. Nice proclamation. All right, up next is a Florida Panthers Day proclamation. This is sponsored by Commissioner Salvino. Commissioner Salvino, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, what a great place to be in Florida right now. We have a championship team. We also have Hall of Famers. We have silver medalists in Olympics. Dania Beach is becoming alive, and with that, I'd like to, just to see how'd you like the Panthers win? Everybody got any comment? Another Florida team that has won a championship, so we should be pretty proud to be in where we are. But this proclamation is from the office of the mayor, is requested by myself to whereas the Florida Panthers are a professional ice hockey team that was founded in 1993 in South Florida, and whereas the Florida Panthers triumphantly emerged in the 2024 Stanley Cup champions, win their first ever championship victory in a thrilling showdown against the Edmonton Oilers. And whereas the historical win marks a tremendous achievement for the Florida Panthers, who have played with extraordinary teamwork, resilience, sportsmanship throughout the season, and whereas the Florida Panthers' victory is a significant milestone for the franchise as a team enjoyed a Stanley Cup final appearance in 1996, an exciting playoff run in 2023 before bringing the cup home in 2024. And whereas the Florida Panthers win has brought immense pride and joy to the Broward County community, uniting fans and promoting sports hockey in the Sunshine State, whereas the team's success has been strengthened by unwavering support of the fans rallying behind the Panthers and with enthusiasm, unrelenting passion, along with their iconic mascot Stanley C. Panther and Victor E. Rat. And whereas the Florida Panthers' victory of the Stanley Cup Finals is a momentary occasion that cherished by generations of fans, including those of the city of Dania Beach. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach Commission and our wonderful Mayor Archibald J. Ryan IV, Mayor of the city of Dania Beach, do hereby proclaim July 9th, 2024 is Florida Panther Day in the city of Dania Beach, and do congratulate the Florida Panthers on the first historical Stanley Cup victory. You know, how lucky are we to have something like that happen down here? And you know, sports brings everybody together. You know, just to see what the Olympians and the professional basketball player and the Panthers winning this championship. I'm sorry? And a track runner. Anybody out here in professional sports, raise your hand because we admire you for what you've done. But I have to tell you that sports bring everybody together and unite us as a family. So congratulations to the Florida Panthers. What'd you do? You're a swim. There you go. That's why you live to be 100. Congratulations to Florida Panthers from the city of Dania Beach.
All right. Well said, Commissioner Salvino. Sports does bring people together. All right, up next, 4.3. This is Gertrude Jacobs' 100th birthday. This is sponsored by Vice Mayor Llewellyn. Hold on. Let us read the proclamation first, please.
Okay, let's actually read the proclamation first, and then we'll go ahead and we'll let Gertrude speak, and we're all looking forward to hearing from her, I'm sure. So I just want to preface this by saying, a year ago I was notified by one of your neighbors that it was your 99th birthday, and you don't have to. And I tried to give you a call, and unfortunately the messages were full, so I couldn't leave a message. But I was reminded again that the birthday was coming up, and I've been reminded every month since I think February, Peter. So fortunately, here we are. Hold on. So fortunately, we're here now, and this is a momentous occasion, and therefore I wanted to get a proclamation for you. So it's a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Dania Beach, Florida, presented by myself. Whereas Gertrude Jacobs will celebrate her milestone 100th birthday on July 26, 2024. And whereas on her birthday, Gertrude's family, friends, and neighbors will be hosting a fabulous birthday party celebrating this vibrant and fun-loving centenarian. And whereas Gertrude Jacobs and her family left Austria in June 1939, 3 months before the start of World War II, to settle in the United States. She has been a resident of Dania Beach for 39 years. And whereas Gertrude Jacobs is the proud mother of 3 children, 6 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. And whereas at 100 years young, Gertrude still swims 45 minutes every day and has done so for the past 50 years. It gets better. She's an avid cruiser and world traveler who has been on a safari and visited Australia. And whereas Gertrude Jacobs is up by 8 a.m., still drives occasionally, does the crossword puzzle every afternoon to keep her brain sharp, and has a martini daily at 4 p.m. And whereas Gertrude Jacobs has lived during the most eventful century of world history and has been a model and an inspiration to her family and to those who have known her. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission and our Mayor, Archibald J. Ryan IV, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, we do hereby proclaim July 26, 2024 as Gertrude Jacobs Day in the City of Dania Beach, Florida. And along with the entire community, do offer our sincere admiration, congratulations, and best wishes to Ms. Jacobs on her 100th birthday. Thank you.
Let us speak. Miss Jacobs, would you like to go up to the podium and say some words, please? Gertrude. Come on, speak.
Don't let her fall. Be careful.
Watch your step.
She's got it.
Well, I'm really not prepared. I'm so really excited about all this. I didn't know this was going to happen. And so I'm not prepared to have a long speech. But I do appreciate all your kind remarks, and it's wonderful to see all you people working hard for us in Dania Beach.
Thank you, Gertrude. We're going to come down and take a picture with you. Let's go down and take a picture.
Be careful, be careful. Be careful.
Thank you. Dania Beach has a growing population of centenarians.
Yes, we
and
do.
It's great for you to come out. Thank you very much. Apparently, the secret to a long life is a martini and 45 minutes of swimming. All right? I like it. So thank you, Gertrude, for coming out. Congratulations to you and your whole family. And we look forward to celebrating on July 26th.
You're invited, even for a cruise too.
Okay. All right. Up next, we have item 5.1 with our administrative reports, and it's with our city manager, Anna Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, members of the audience, our great residents of the city of Dania Beach, and our city team. So I just got a call last week from Josh Gabaton. He is our government relations representative in Washington, D.C., and it was followed by another call from the office of Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz. I'm very, very happy to report that an additional $1 million has been put in the budget, in the fiscal 2025 budget, for the city's wastewater infrastructure improvement project. So basically, our presentation was to modernize an aging facility. So we're very, very excited about that. We have Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and this is going to be presented in front of the legislation to be considered on the floor by the House of Representatives. So we're going to make some additional calls on both sides of the aisle, and we're very, very, very confident that this will be an additional $1 million that the city will be getting. So we're very, very excited about that. We're extremely excited also to report that after several postponed meetings with the county, the Broward County Historic Board approved our project for the Nyberg Swanson House. So we're going to get started with the construction. I know there you are, Joanna. See, it's happening. It's happening. But I want to thank Fernando and Dinser. I mean, we were really on top of Broward County, ensuring that they had this meeting. They really loved our presentation. Thank you to this commission for your support for historic preservation. So we're going to be moving forward, and we are still on schedule to cut a ribbon November, December of this year in this beautiful, beautiful facility. We have achieved a new record this summer, and I know that there's Parks and Recreation Month, but we have 411 campers citywide. This is a record for us, but it's a tribute to the leadership in Parks and Recreation and the support that we get from all of you. But this is truly remarkable. 411 campers in the 3 parks, in the 2 teen camps, and also in our junior lifeguard camp. So everything is going really well this summer. Phase 2 of the Griffin Landscaping Beautification Project will get started. We have an item in this commission meeting. As you know, we finished Phase 1, which is all the way from State Road 7 all the way west to I-95. Now we're going to be moving forward with our second plan. It's part of the strategic master plan that was adopted. And one of your priorities was beautification of the city. So after we're done with Griffin Boulevard, we're going to get started with Dania Beach Boulevard. So we're very, very excited to put a shovel on the ground for that. As we enhance customer experience and house our growing team serving our community, we wanted to let you know that our community development and our building team has moved into those temporary trailers that you see back there, and we're going to commence the construction to really enhance the experience for all of you that come here to our city, that do business here with the great city of Dania Beach. On Monday, July the 1st, we hosted a very important and productive meeting with the senior Dania Point executive team. Present was our chief of police, our deputy city manager, myself, two top sergeants in our city, and the entire executive team from Dania Point. We called this meeting on a Sunday afternoon, and 12 people made themselves available. Present also was our city attorney that really helped us a lot, as well as their city attorney. We're working together to ensure that the experience in Dania Point is truly remarkable and continues to stay that way. So I know the chief will be adding more in his report, but just everything that we asked for, they have given us, including 10 police officers for the overtime shift on the weekends. So we're very, very excited about that and about that partnership. The draft design for our EOC, our first ever emergency operations center, is on the way. We will be coming to the commission August, or the first meeting in September, to make a presentation to you all about the draft of where we're at with the EOC game plan. And one more note that I wanted to share with you, our new Lucky Fish restaurant that's going to be coming down to our beach at Ocean Park. They have passed all the foundation and the structural column inspections. The vertical construction is moving very, very quickly, and they begin to obtain the electrical and the plumbing connections at the slab as well. They have also recently received their fire alarm and fire suppression permits, and we anticipate construction being completed by the end of this year or early next year. So you all will have an additional dining experience. In addition to the quarter deck, we will have Lucky Fish. A lot of great things are happening in our city, and we're extremely excited, and it's an honor for me to serve as your city manager. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manager Garcia. Very detailed report. 5.2, our city attorney.
I'm going to keep it short because we have a long agenda. Good night.
All right, thank you. 5.3, clerk.
Well, enjoy your summer break, and I'll see you on August 27th.
August 27th, all right. Sounds good. CRA and City Commission meeting. Okay, up next is a lot of the residents' favorite part of the commission meeting, our public safety reports. And we'll start with our police PSO captain, Jason Toralla.
Good evening, city manager, city attorney, mayor, vice mayor, commissioners. So, first I'll tell you, it was my birthday this weekend. Yes, I know, thank you. And I'm very blessed. I had a beautiful, beautiful birthday weekend. My girlfriend gave me a surprise birthday party. First time in my life ever I had one. And I was completely surprised. And she was amazing. And I'm very blessed for this weekend. And she actually watches these meetings. So thank you very much for the birthday, baby. It was amazing.
I'm happy someone watches.
Get into business. Dania Point was a problem, and we all know there was major issues going on there. The city manager and myself talked at length, and we came up with a plan and a solution, and that plan and solution obviously dealt with working with Kimco and Dania Point. Myself and the city manager, like she stated on Sunday, we spoke at length, and we then got involved with Kimco. we had a meeting with Kimco the next day. We have the biggest law enforcement, I can tell you right now, the biggest law enforcement proactive operation that's been in place in the city since I've been here as your chief, and even since I've been here as your lieutenant. Kimco has given the resources, and this is coming out of Kimco's budget, which also is a big thing for the city to know. The city's not funding this. Kimco is funding the deputies. We had 12 deputies on Friday night. I actually got them to fund more because after we looked at the climate, we decided that 10 wasn't enough. So I went back to Meredith and she actually agreed and we were able to increase. So we had 12 deputies on Friday and we had 17 deputies on Saturday. This weekend, we had 0 issues of any sort on that property. We did trespass many juveniles who were causing little disturbances, but before we would allow anything to get to that level, we stopped it, we trespassed them, we had their parents come, and their parents were told they are not to come back to Daniel Wayne property again. Trespass affidavits were on file, we have their pictures, we have folders, we have all of them trespassed. They are no longer allowed on Daniel Point property per Daniel Point. They're no longer welcome on the property. So we were very fortunate this weekend. It quelled everything. We have many resources in Daniel Point right now working alongside with Kimco. In Daniel Point, we have LPR trailers inside Daniel Point. We have surveillance towers, surveillance cameras. We have decoy cars. We had our 4x4s in there. We had multiple undercover units as well as, like I said, 17 marked units. And that's going to continue. That wasn't just this weekend. That will continue going forward for the summer with Kimco and myself, the city manager, working with Kimco to make sure that that's addressed so we can keep Daniel Point safe for everyone. Part of that, which I wanted to tell you, is that we also reached out to our DUI task force. And we asked DUI task force to come in and do a DUI operation around Daniel Point for also increased presence. So this weekend, they were there Friday and Saturday night in coordination with what we were doing in Daniel Point for the increased police visibility. And they made 8 DUI arrests for misdemeanors. They made 1 felony DUI arrest. They made 1 fleeing and eluding arrest. They made a total of 10 arrests. They issued 78 moving citations, 25 moving citations, non-moving citations, for 103 total citations plus 8 vehicles towed just around Daniel Point that evening over the 2 nights. On top of that, we also had our July 4th operation, and again, I can proudly say to the commission, to the city manager, we had 0 issues of any kind of violence, any kind of crime on our beach for 4th of July. Deputy Dominguez last week conducted a traffic stop of a blue Honda in the 400 block of Northwest 1st Street. Upon making contact with the driver, he smelled a strong odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. Once he had the driver exit the vehicle, he detained the driver and began searching the vehicle. Once inside the vehicle, he actually discovered a fully loaded Glock 17 handgun, over 117 grams of marijuana packaged for individual sales. That individual was arrested for possession of cannabis with intent to distribute, as well as the possession of the firearm. Last week, as you know, the commission knows, we were dealing with an issue at the La Meridian. We had the Peruvian national team that was staying at the hotel. We had estimate between 1,000 to 2,000 fans showed up at the hotel at once. They followed the bus to the property, and once the bus arrived to the property, they attempted to gain entry to the hotel. It was a major call out for our deputies. We actually had a countywide call out, and we called all available BSO units, our QRF units. We had all of our units come to the city. I can tell you that your deputies and our deputies in Broward County as a whole were nothing but professional. We were able to quell that crowd. Soccer fans are very passionate, and they were extremely passionate to get inside that hotel to go see the Peruvian team. And obviously that wasn't acceptable. We weren't gonna let them inside the hotel. The hotel didn't want them on the property. To get 1,500 fans off the property who are passionate to see the team, that's not an easy task. But I can tell you that we were able to remove all those patrons, all those people off the hotel peacefully, safely, without a single use of force, without any violence. We were able to get them to leave the hotel. We actually used the Peruvian national soccer head coach. We asked him to come down and address the team. Address the fans. And we asked them to please listen to law enforcement, leave the property. And after the coach asked all the fans to leave the property, those fans listened to the coach And that's when they started leaving, and that was the way we were able to de-escalate that situation without it getting further. And I will tell you that we are hosting, that hotel is hosting a Copa Finals team this weekend. So we have an incident action plan in place for that. We will be well prepared to address fans coming on the property, which we know there will be, and we're dealing with that, but we'll have a plan in place. So if we get that influx of thousands of fans showing up again, we'll have a plan in place to address it. We are going to be either hosting Colombia or Paraguay, I believe. The winner who plays tomorrow night, whichever team will be at the hotel. But we will have a plan in place to address the crowds. So we'll be dealing with that. And last, we had our Operation Summer Splash. I know you saw all the motormen in the city last week. So they were here. They wrote over 100 tickets in the city, 62 moving citations, 35 non-moving citations, and many, many warnings. So over 100 citations plus many warnings. They are actually coming back in our city again next week, so I'll let everybody know. And again, I also give everybody educational. We're going to have a bunch of motormen in the city, so please next week slow down. I give you guys warnings, but they will be here. We'll have at least 9 motormen in the city again, so that'll be next week. And the last thing I want to talk about is that we have our beautiful second annual fishing event, which is in collaboration with our Lighthouse Community Church. That's going to be next Friday, July 19th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the States of Fort Lauderdale. I hope everyone can come out. I was there last year when we did it. It was beautiful. The kids love it. We provide everything for the kids. It really is beautiful. And this year will even better because the Estates has really good fishing. So I think the kids will really enjoy it. Thank you.
Commissioner James?
Oh, I think you answered it. I just wanted to make sure moving forward, because I know the La Meridian seems to be a popular hotel when it comes down to soccer and those types of sports, that there's some level of communication or protocol that they have to follow that they will alert you all so you know this prior.
We have special details. We have private security. We have our deputies there. Regardless how much preparation you do, if you get 1,500, 2,000 people show up at once, it's a lot to deal with. But we'll have a full incident action plan in place. I have our SID, which are our Strategic Intervention Division. They'll monitor all social media. So if we get anything showing that we know ahead of time the fans are coming, I will have to pull from other districts, which we did this time, but we'll set up around the hotel and we'll kind of do like a fortified area. We won't allow these fans to bum rush the hotel. We won't allow that to happen.
Thank you so much. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Coop.
Oh, Shalon is amazing. Lieutenant Cooper is amazing. So she is. She's amazing.
Commissioner Salvino?
Hey, Chief, I witnessed your deputies in action at the Dania Point this last weekend when you talked about the juvenile situation there. It was impressive. I mean, there was probably 7 or 8 cars, and they had them detained, and they were handled very professionally. I just want to commend your staff on that. It was a great job, and I'm glad you took charge of that situation over there because it is so important. The Dania Point is such a draw to everybody that we don't want to have anything go wrong over there, and you guys are doing a great job. And I'm so happy that you brought in a Dania Point, and their staff has allowed you to bring in all those extra deputies. So I can tell you it's probably the safest place in Dania right now. So
it is going to continue that way, and I can tell you that is myself and the city manager, when we had our meeting, that was the #1 talk, that is such a beautiful, beautiful location. We bring in tourists from all over the country come here. That's a priority to keep that safe so families can go there and feel safe.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that the Barrett Sheriff's Office keep that safe.
They look good out there, and I was very proud of you and your staff.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for your continued leadership. All right, up next is our BSO Fire Chief, Sergio Pellicer. Come on up, Sergio.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City staff, and the great citizens of Dania Beach. So I'll start off by letting you know last month our units were dispatched to a total of 728 total calls. We're still pretty busy compared to the rest of the county. We ran 581 EMS calls. The one thing that I could tell you is that we had 55 trouble breathing, and that usually comes, trouble breathing calls. That usually comes during this time of year with the weather and everything. Everybody starts to get the allergies. We had 147 fire-related calls, 30 of which were due to the weather that we had last month. Also, we're less than a month away from our ISO inspection, which is scheduled August 13th, so we continue to just get finishing up on all the hydrant flow inspections and pre-fire plans, getting ready for that. And our BSO fire will be starting a new recruit class here in September, so we'll be ready to run them at the Dania Beach 5K event. We always participate in that, and that's one of the highlights of the beginning of their career. And last but not least, the safety committee meeting. We just had one with the city team, and our Parks and Recreation offered up a challenge. They usually play our police officers in kickball tournament, a friendly kickball tournament, and this year they decided to offer up the kickball game to the fire crew. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to dethrone them. And that's all I have.
All right, looking forward to it, Chief.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for the Chief?
Any questions?
Nope. You're all good, sir, Joe. Oh, no. No, you got to stay the whole meeting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you next week.
Okay, now we're getting into our citizens' comments portion of the meeting. So we are going to start with Brother Mac. Come on, Brother Mac. What's this? Oh, okay. Nice little picture of kids playing. No, I got it. It's just a picture of kids playing. That's all. Yeah, of course. Hey kids, how you guys doing? Huh? Thanks for coming to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tara Alphonse, and this is Kayla. And we're gonna talk about Lighthouse and what it really stands for. So Lighthouse for Students is a summer and a school program, and it has helped me personally throughout the years a lot. Because during the school years, I have a quiet place to study, and I have resources and people to talk to help me. And then during the summer, I'm able to go to events and have fun with the sweetest people, with my parents knowing that I am fed, happy, and most importantly, appreciated. Regardless the school or summer program, all students here are offered so many opportunities, whether it be building a boat made out of cardboard, learning to swim, going to water parks, or participating in Earth Day themed activities. Every child at Lighthouse is offered new experiences with smiles on their faces. Something I'll never forget is when I asked one of the students during the summer program if they enjoyed golfing that day. And he said to me that it was so much fun and that it was the first time he had ever gone golfing. If not for this program, some students would never get that opportunity. Here at Lighthouse, we care and love every student and are grateful for everything we can provide for them. If God is willing, we will continue to change the lives of each child we love, one step at a time.
Thank you, kids.
First of all, I'm Brother Mac, Lighthouse for Students, 650 South Federal Highway. Let's get that out the way. These kids, we're beat. We've been swimming all day and they waited for this moment to come here tonight. I do understand we weren't on the agenda, but two things that happened tonight, which I could never have known. This woman here that was sitting here, we were trying to catch her before she left. 100 years of swimming. We've taken onto our summer program, which is a swimming program. We had said, after seeing one more child perish from swimming or not being able to swim, so we took up the gauntlet. We said, listen, not another child in danger, that if we can help it. So our program, we've got 38 kids in swimming, and we've been fortunate that we were gifted an indoor swimming pool, which is Goldfish Aquatics, which is down in Pembroke. Excellent facilities. This is their 5th lesson. And one of the things that happened, and the young man here, he says, I'm trying to swim because my brother and sister can't, and my mother's afraid they're going to drown if we go in the water. These are the stories that you hear when you're working close with kids. Now, I love Parks and Rec and everything that's going on there, and we just want to be a partner with it. But we are firm believers. As we listen to the lady about the volleyball and how she went, we've got to invest in our children. And you see the ages that they are. We're starting at 5, 6, 7 years old. Because if we don't invest now, they won't have those dreams that this young lady who went to the Olympics. So we were fortunate that one of the instructors is on the Olympic team. His name is Ryan Murphy. He's practicing for the Olympics right now. And so they all wrote a shout out to him. It was great. And we just want to say, as representatives of Dania Beach, all of these kids live in Dania. I couldn't bring them all, but we're just happy to see all of you standing here. We need your support. And I'm sure we'll talk privately after we've left this meeting. But thank you for giving me this time and a little extra time.
All right, Brother
Okay,
Mac, you're
take
welcome.
care.
Thank you, kids. Thanks for coming out. Up next, we have Love Our Nation, Overell Dwyer. Hey kids, good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Jayla. I'm 15 years old, and today we would like to talk about Love Our Nation.
I'm Zaga, I'm 13, and
What's your name?
Hi, my name is Corey. I'm 11 years old. Go to transferring to Dania Elementary. I go to Love Our Nation, and I'm gonna be talking about golf. We go to golf to have fun and learn how to play. The only way how to putt the ball is the focus in golf. I mean, the coach is gonna help you and everything, but you have to practice on putting.
Putting is the most athletic part in golf. All right, that's what I learned.
Hi, my name is Erin. I'm 9 years old. I go with Love Our Nation. I'm going to Dania Elementary, transfer from Collins Elementary, and I'm going to be talking about karate. So the reason why I joined karate because I was bullied in school. So my chem teacher, Ms. Overall, signed me in so I could learn some cool cool stuff and learn how to defend myself. We learned this one thing called chamber. It's when you move your elbows back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, young man. Need a booster.
Hi. Hi, my name is Ismaili and I'm 7 years old. I'm from Collins Elementary and I want to talk about golf. My coach helped us how I learn golf and I learn, Miss Over helped me how I learn language and French. Hi, my name is Amber. I'm 7 years old. I was in Collins Elementary. Now I'm gonna switch to Dana Elementary, and I'm gonna talk about tap. So we learned a lot. The one that I already know is the new one he taught me. It was a little bit of dance, so it was good. Okay, that's why I love tap.
Hello, my name is Jalen and I'm 15 years old. Love Our Nation has taught me a lot of things over the years. For example, my favorite thing was creative writing class with Miss K. It was a really fun experience and I learned that creativity is not just drawing or painting, it can also be in the form of writing. Due to the fact that we had the chance to take the creative writing class, I now love to journal and express how I am feeling in the form of writing. I'm grateful for Love Our Nation because it has opened opportunities that were not open for me in the past. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Temple, and I'm 14 years old, and I'm a part of Love Our Nation. Love Our Nation is one of the best programs to be in. They taught me to be responsible and to take action. One event I loved is golf. Golf taught me valuable lessons and to respect others. Without this program, I would have never been able to grow into the person I am now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steven. Hi, I'm Steven, and I'm 10 years old. I like Love Our Nation and the stuff we talk about. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruby. I've been with Love Our Nation for 8 years, and the most thing I like about Love Our Nation is when I was tutoring the kids, the young youth, helping them with their homework. Also, through First Tee and Ms. Over, they rewarded me a $5,000 scholarship to Broward College for 4 years and Newton for 4 years, which I would be attending in the fall, majoring in elementary education teaching. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jayla. Like I said, I'm 15 years old and I've been a part of Love Our Nation since I was 10. Love Our Nation is a great experience for the youth. It helps them with discipline and it teaches them skills about obeying their elders and taking responsibility. To continue all these good deeds, the Love Our Nation youth need somewhere to thrive. So if you have an empty space that Love Our Nation can use, please feel free to contact Ms. Overall at 954-759-1077. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Overall. I'm one of the co-founders of Love Our Nation, and my beautiful children, I'm so proud of them. So we are here to ask you to help us with a space. We are homeless, we don't have a space, so we would like the commission, the mayor, everyone in the audience, if you have land if you have a modular, if you have anything that you can do to help us. Our children need us. We need a space. So I thought that if you guys heard from them directly, the impact that we have had in this community, we are here to stay. We are here to stay, and we want to be the things that our children need. Thank you. Oh, are there any questions?
Any questions? Nope.
No questions? Okay, any land? Any modulars? Thank you very much.
Thank you, kids. Thank you, Overo. Thank you for your continued leadership and mentorship in our neighborhood. We really appreciate it. All right, let's do it. Okay, thank you, kids. It's all past their bedtime. Now we're going to get to, we have some more citizen comments here. We're going to start with Mr. Sean DeRosa. Mr. DeRosa, please come up, state your name and address.
Good evening, Sean DeRosa, 408 Southeast Fifth Street. The reason I'm coming to speak with you tonight is to share my concerns about the $1.5 million guaranteed employment contract that the city attorney has asked for. As you know, I've shared with you a lot of competency errors and a lot of careless errors on the city attorney's part, including conflicts of interest. As recently as last month, our city attorney was misinterpreting our short-term stay minimum ordinance. Additionally, when the short-term rental, as you all know about, 402 Southeast Fifth Street, it's been going on for 9-10 years. Additionally, when the short-term rental was brought before the prosecutor and the magistrate, the prosecutor didn't recommend any additional escalating fines. They said they weren't a repeat violator. Here are about 20 violations from 402 Southeast Fifth Street. I'm sure there's 40 or 50 over 10 years, but that was the mistake and error our city attorney made. In addition to that, 414 Southeast Fifth Street was before the magistrate for additional fines for the noise. 414 Southeast Fifth Street had been fined $1,500 multiple times. There had been no increases or escalation. When the magistrate asked our city attorney what fines were recommended, the city attorney replied, "I have no recommendations." Maybe it's because the city attorney has a conflict of interest in this compromise pertaining to the address. And this goes back to November of 2022, when the city attorney made an error and didn't allow me to admit my evidence of the noise coming over my property line because the city attorney misinterpreted the ordinance at that time and said I couldn't admit evidence coming over my property line. The evidence had to be heard from the front property line, and that was a competency error. In addition, the city attorney is presently misinterpreting the maximum occupancy per our short-term rental ordinance. It's 10, that's the maximum occupancy. It's not 12, it's not 15, it's not, hey, there's 10 there, we're gonna invite 10 of our college buddies to come over. Maximum occupancy is 10 to limit large gatherings and excessive noise. Last month, the city attorney misinterpreted the artificial turf ordinance and said I would be grandfathered in and all the residents would be grandfathered in. She had to be corrected by Corinne and say, no, if the ordinance was passed as written, the residents would not be grandfathered in. That's another error. And then we go back to the noise ordinance, which we're still going through, which she misinterpreted. And you have the surveyor's information, and you have the sound engineer's information.
Thank you, Mr. DeRosa.
That shared that the information was flawed and extreme. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Jose Armand. Mr. Armand, state your name and address.
My name is Jose Armand with the Latino Ensemble at 50 Southeast 3rd Avenue, and I'm so glad I don't have to follow that Love Nation Anyway, I'm going to keep it light and breezy. California mellow today. However, just for the record, I'm not one who takes a picture on a puddle and posts it on social media without ever attending a meeting. So when I do attend, I try to watch. When I don't attend, I try to watch on YouTube, which, by the way, can be a little frustrating sometimes, since at times one or another of yous neglects to speak into the mic, and we just can't make out what is being said. Thanks to everyone in the city government who came out strong during our second 1,000-year flood. Were it not for the sandbags, my apartment would be flooded as it has before, flooded. And speaking of floods and other natural phenoms, kudos to our city manager who swept in here, Anna. Swept in here on day one and became a positive force of nature to be reckoned with. Thank you. Also, kudos to our vice mayor who had Southeast 3rd Avenue lined up with storm prevention trucks the day prior to the flood. She listened to our emails in our apartments, not just myself. And it cleared all the standing water, and we were able to drive into our driveway, get out for provisions, go out for provisions ahead of the flooding. I attended the first of the core conversations at Meadowbrook Rec Center. That's a wonderful way to reach out at our communities right there where they reside. This here is a great idea that was passed around. Let's connect. It's different addresses and phones where we can reach through social media and whatnot. So, to get to the point, as it's customary by now, this is the one time of the year when I approach the lectern to relay the theme of our next Hispanic Heritage Month, which takes place from September 15 to October 15. The theme states the following. The 2024 theme for Hispanic Heritage Month is Pioneers of Change, shaping the future together, encapsulating the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that define the Hispanic experience. As always, it is my hope that the city finds a way to celebrate this important event, especially at a time when so many Hispanic immigrants.
Thank you, Mr. Armand. Appreciate it.
Just one more second.
I'm sorry, I have to be fair with everybody.
You did give
Those are children. Thank you.
The pastor. Let me just 1 second, okay?
Sorry, sir. Mr. Armand, it's over. Your time's up. Your time's up. I'm going to have you removed if you're going to keep speaking. All right. All right, up next we have Joanna Granette, President of the Historical Society.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I just wanted to follow on to City Manager's when she said about the Broward Historical Preservation Board meeting for the Nyberg Swanson House. I also attended, and I just want to let you know that when she said it was a great presentation, it really was a great presentation. And with Dinsa and Sean presenting, they did a fantastic job. And they were so excited to see the presentation, and they were also very excited to see the AC Frost there as a possible home and for the historical district. So, but they want to be invited when it's for the ribbon cutting of the Nyberg Swanson House, and that's it. I just want to say well done, and it was good being there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Granette. All right, this is our last citizen comment that we have that was presented to the clerk, Mrs. Paula Gadol. That's all of it. Might have more.
Hello, I'm Paula Gadol. Where do I live? 406 Southeast 3rd Street.
A little closer.
Yeah, I am. I just want to give a shout out to the mayor and vice mayor, and I guess everybody else is included. But the last meeting I was at, they were talking about the sandbags. I wasn't able to get any, and you two told me just give a call and you'll get them for me. So I called mayor, and within like an hour, they were at my house. So I just thought that was pretty amazing, and I appreciate it, and I wanted to thank you, and that's that. And also the people who brought them, those guys, they were very helpful.
Yeah,
and
that's who you
kind
got to
and
thank, the
polite.
staff. They did a great job.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for you calling, they wouldn't have shown up at my house. So I just wanted to let you know I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And just so everybody knows, if you're a resident in Dania Beach and you still want a sandbag, you could put out a request to the city, and they'll be delivered to your home personally. So it's a service that we're happy to provide. Any more citizen comments out there? All right. Seeing none, let's move forward. Let's go to the consent agenda. Are there any items that the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Mayor, if I could just,
Go ahead.
one correction on items 7, 8.7 through 10. Those are all of the budget items. The date that is listed for the hearing is our commission meeting, September 10th, but we just learned of the county and school board schedule. They're on that date, so we're gonna move it to the 12th. So if we could just have it as amended as to the date.
Okay. So the consent agenda as amended for September 12th.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have any items that wish to pull from the consent?
No, I'd
Commissioner
like to
James?
make a motion to approve the consent agenda items, with the exception of 8.7 through 8.10, which will be moved to September the 12th.
Okay. We have a motion. Vice Mayor?
Second.
Second? All in favor, say.
To be clear, I'm not moving these actual items to the 12th. The actual meeting.
The meeting with the
for
county is on the 12th.
The county is on the 12th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No. The county is meeting on the 10th. We're gonna be meeting on the 12th. So we're just changing the date on here to recognize that it's gonna be the 12th for the meeting.
As
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, consent agenda passes unanimously. Got a lot done in that consent agenda. Okay, up next is our bids and requests for proposals. And we do not have any bids and requests for proposals this meeting, so we're gonna go to quasi-judicial and public hearing items. Item 10.1, please, Eve.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach approving the site plan submitted by First Dania Beach LLC for the property located at 46 Southwest First Avenue in the City of Dania Beach, Florida, providing for conflicts and an effective date. This is a community development item. It is also a public hearing item, so anyone who's going to be providing testimony, including staff, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? And there is a public hearing on this. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please. Any disclosures on this item? Any communications with the applicant if you could disclose those communications and whether you can be impartial?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant and I can remain impartial.
Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant, and I can also remain impartial.
All right, same thing for Commissioner James. And any other disclosures? All right, we're good.
Good evening, Corinne LaJoy, Deputy Director of Community Development. This is a presentation for site plan modification for the property at 46 Southwest First Avenue. It's also known as the Gene Cook property. There's a previous approved site plan on the property, so this is a modification of that previous approval. The property itself is in the city center zoning district, which is in the regional activity center. It's approximately a half an acre in size, and this is the location. We're all familiar with it. It's right here on the corner just south of City Hall. So the applicant and developer received approval, as I said previously, from the City Commission for a 12-story mixed-use building with 102 units in August of 2023. The property, not only is it downtown in the city center, it's also in the future Arts and Entertainment District. Phase 1 and 2 of the project will share amenities, including parking, which will and a connected pedestrian bridge connecting the two phases of the project. The site plan modification request is to relocate the connecting bridge, which was previously approved in the original site plan, from the 4th level of the building to the 5th level. They're also asking to increase ceiling heights on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors They're asking to relocate live-work units within the structure itself and to enclose the second and third floor open terrace, increasing the square footage in the building. And this use is currently identified as a gym, for the purposes of a gym. The applicant did conduct community outreach virtually on May 9th. And they, as I said, some of the changes are reflected in the exterior of the building. And so you can see this is the north elevation. This is the part that faces the city's parking garage. So there's minor changes in the earlier lower levels of the building. And this is the frontage, the street frontage, where the changes would occur. So you can see kind of the profile of the floors being higher. That's one of the changes with the higher ceiling height. So the part of the site plan modification being presented is an alternative parking standard, which allows the city commission to approve a different parking calculation for a project, something different than the land development regulations identified. So the applicant prepared an analysis conducted by KBP Consulting, which they were identifying kind of the reasons why maybe less parking is required than what the Land Development Code identifies. And they pointed out that there's bus routes and community shuttles within the area that can serve for transportation of the residents of the building. They also identified ITE parking analysis, showed like a different rate, and they identified that 253 parking spaces would be adequate for this project as proposed. So the parking projections and requirements based on those alternative parking ratios that are being proposed that they're asking the City Commission to approve, this is the breakdown. So the total amount of parking required is 253. They're providing some 31 parking spaces on site as part of phase 2, which is their particular site. Most of the parking that they're providing, the 102, is going to be provided on phase 1. That's why the buildings are connected, so there's access. However, there's still 120 spaces that they're short. The site plan modification will have no budgetary impact on the city. It did go through DRC review, as is typical for all site plans. We heard it in January, April, and in May. And we know that there's staff from multiple disciplines that review those projects. The applicant has several outstanding comments. They were able to address all the critical Tier 1 comments before we got to this meeting. There are some outstanding comments that have been identified in the staff report. At this point, applicant has not been able to provide sufficient evidence as to where the additional 120 parking spaces will be located, and therefore community development cannot recommend approval at this time of this project. I'm available if you have any questions, and I know the applicant is here, and I believe they have a presentation as well.
You want to hear the presentation first, Commissioner James? Okay.
I just have one question. With that breakdown, did any of them include any of our spaces in the garage? And did we speak about Hotel Dello and?
So originally the applicant asked for all of those spaces to be in the garage. There's a great deal of concern that we don't have adequate spaces to give him, and that the garage itself is amenity of the city's. And we do functions and we use the garage ourselves. So if we give all the parking spaces away, now we no longer have that amenity of ourselves. So there is another, there was the option that was discussed with Hotel Dello. They do have an approved site plan, and they are using our garage for their required parking. They have 80 parking spaces in our garage because the Land Development Code says that they have to. So instead of getting a variance to say, no, we don't want those parking spaces, because it's required, they got the lease from the city for the garage. They're not using all of those parking spaces. The hotel's been around for a while, and we know that they're not using all of those. So there is an option that should the hotel come forward, they would have to do a site plan modification, come back to the city and ask for relief to reduce the required parking. And if the commission approves reduced parking, then they can reduce the amount of parking that they use in our parking garage, which would free up some spaces. But we haven't those numbers haven't been exact, and I don't know that they would cover the 120 spaces that they're short.
Right, do you have like a roundabout figure? I'm not gonna hold
Well, I
you.
know the hotel has 80 from us.
Right.
So even if you like said they only need half, that's only 40.
Right, I was just trying to get a roundabout number of how many spaces that they're even using. I understand that it's not, yeah, do you have, and I won't hold you to it, but it's like half that they're using
Yeah,
or
I was
something?
estimating half. I
Okay.
haven't gone out and counted or
Right.
did a poll. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Hey, Ms. Ravo, please state your name and address.
Edward Avo, 2875 Northeast 191st Street, Aventura, Florida, 33180. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I must congratulate you because I've been sitting here since the beginning, and it's been very enlightening seeing all the different people coming up and speaking so highly of the city of Dania. I am one of your biggest fans as well. It's been a great reception to work here, get to know everyone, and become a neighbor. So I do thank you for your hospitality in the city. It's been really special to work together. We are here for approval of the site plan modification, the resolution 2023-094, and the site plan modification, SP 02522 MOD. For the 0.52 acre property known as the Gene Cook site. The proposed modification is really essential for the LA Fitness. And this LA Fitness, we've been working on this for approximately 8 months, and we believe it is gonna be a pivotal point for the city. The city has named this area Arts and Entertainment District. This is a Class A national tenant that's gonna bring a whole revamp of the retail in this area. I mean, we see some of the area that's defunct, some of these retailers that I've spent a lot of time talking to and the homeowners, and they have a hard time getting this area to really be successful. Now, the LA Fitness is promising thousands of members here that are locals of Dania. It is very known that a gym member on their way to work stops over to the gym, and on the way home stops to the gym. It's the optimum use for shared use for a city parking garage like this one. This couldn't be a better situation where city employees leave at 4:30. The city residents on their way home after their 5:30 job would stop at the gym. I constantly visit that parking garage and it's always empty, okay? The peak hours and peak days are Mondays and Tuesdays for a gym at that 5:30 point to 7:30. Very seldomly is it used on a weekend. It's where the worries have been about Dania After Dark. Very rarely does anybody work out on a Saturday evening. Okay, so it wouldn't be an issue. Parking for our phase 2, we do have a lot of parking that was allocated for the approved office. We had 22,800 square feet approved. The lease that we have with the city is for 49 spots. We also have an additional 21 spots on our ground floor. So what we're lacking is really 80 spots. We have negotiated with Hotel Dello to take over their 80 spots to do a sublease. We've talked to staff about doing a site plan modification. Hotel Dello is ready to do the site plan modification. We would represent them. We've spoken to the general manager at Hotel Dello. They use maximum 5 to 10 spots at any given point, if that. And that's when it's peak hours. So it's very rarely that they're used, but they have 80 parking spaces that aren't being used in the parking garage. Why not use it for something that is gonna make the city a benchmark? This gym, having a Class A national tenant, will bring more retail, more people to the area. And one of these past meetings here, sports brings people together. Well, it really does. It really does. And LA Fitness has committed to bringing 60 to 80 jobs to this city and using their best efforts to hiring locals. That's pretty impressive, that they're willing to hire 60 to 80 people, give them careers, not just jobs. Give them careers where they're going to learn a new trade. They have it in writing. We haven't been able to sign the lease as of yet because we're concerned if this is going to get approved or not. We do have Carl here from from the traffic consultant. We have a business owner here that can talk about a little bit about their business. Mark Freed, the owner of Grandpa's. But like I said, we've done multiple outreach programs. I've personally visited a lot of these residents, and this is a use that would benefit the city. Okay, I almost feel like I'm in Shark Tank here, and I'm talking to the sharks because this is a business opportunity for all of us. Okay, this is we have 380 apartments that we're building. We're on our phase 1. I think it's going very well, and we believe a lot of people that move in as tenants will move there just to be able to use that gym. Okay, this is going to bring a special place, a safe place where families to use the facility. And we'll have the retail below that'll bring very good tenants. Okay, typically I wouldn't have proposed retail unless if we had an LA Fitness that would bring those mouths to feed, basically. And that's why we're proposing that retail on the first floor. I do have a few pictures that I'd like to show you on the presentation. This is our phase 2. It has the bridge with the hands that were approved. The first floor would be retail. Oh, thank you. Second and third floor is the LA Fitness. That's the proposed signage that they would want to use that was designed by their architectural department. We would be raising the ceiling heights from the approved 12 feet to 16 feet because that's a requirement from LA Fitness for their gyms. We would close the patio that we had in both floors. These are the hands that are holding up the bridge. That's on the 5th floor. They're 40 feet in height, those hands. That's by a world-renowned artist, Lorenzo Quinn. Some of you might know his father, Anthony Quinn, as a famous actor and artist. Well, Lorenzo Quinn has taken his art to a next level and has become world-renowned all over Europe. You see these larger-than-life hands in the intercoastals where boats drive below, in bridges, and you see them in buildings painting at the 4th story, 5th story with a paintbrush. It's really spectacular what this artist brings. And that brings over $1.1 million value to this building of a sculpture. And that's something that we're going to pay for because we try to bring art, not just to public places, we bring them to our projects where people can view them. And I believe this is going to make this area the entrance of Dania just by seeing those hands and becoming an Instagram moment. This is the first floor, and the reason we're showing this here is in the gray, lighter gray area below is the retail area. We're adding 2,600 square feet of retail, and 800 square feet on the right, which is a brownish area, is the LA Fitness proposed lobby. So their members would check in. We would provide an elevator that has stops on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. So that's 800 square feet additional. In this next slide, it shows the bridge that was approved under the original site plan, and it shows the revised hands. We were originally inspired by Lorenzo Quinn, and we were lucky enough to be able to strike a deal, sign a contract with Lorenzo Quinn, and he designed these. They have much more design, much more proportion, and fame. This is a typical 2nd and 3rd floor for LA Fitness. We've opened up the area for them to submit a permit for their construction drawings. And I don't know if you visited the latest prototypes for LA Fitness, but it's something really special. They command some very, very high TI that we're contributing in order to bring a multi-million-dollar gym. This is a zoom version. This is the east elevation showing the LA Fitness sign, the retail on the 1st floor, and having the gymnasium on that 2nd and 3rd floor. Their signage location and their inspirational letters. And last but not least, the elevation with lighting that I think will contribute quite a bit to Dania After Dark and joining the city's vision for the Arts and Entertainment District. We do ask for your assistance with the parking. We have the 49 spots. We have the 21 on-grade parking spots that were already approved. The hotel is willing to do a sublease for the 80 spots, but we would come in with that site plan modification. This is much more than the city requirements for the gym, but it is the LA Fitness that's requiring 150 spots for their operation. Because if a restaurant or a gym doesn't have parking spaces, they're out of business. We've asked for their signage, and we've asked for the public art fee waiver to be able to contribute that to these hands, because as I mentioned, they're hands that are worth approximately $1.1 million. We put art in all our asset classes, but we'd like to be able to contribute that arts and public places fee to the actual hands in the bridge. These concessions align with our shared vision for the city's continued success. The presence of a Class A national tenant like LA Fitness will serve as an anchor, attracting other users and enhancing the area's development. After speaking to many residents and business owners, as I mentioned before, they'll come here even to speak how successful they believe the city will become, or this area will become, by attracting more guests to their restaurants, to their retail, and bringing more national tenants. In conclusion, if there's any questions, I hope for a positive vote, because I think this will be a pivotal point for this area.
Thank you, Mr. Avo.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions for you. When it comes to LA Fitness being the main tenant in the new building, how much retail space do you have, including that?
So we have an additional 2,600 square feet plus the 800 that they're going to occupy as their lobby. We also planned on phase 1 live-work units. Those live-work units were designed to be flexible, to bring businesses, people that could live in the apartments and have their own businesses, or turn into retail in the future. With the goals of the city and the CRA to improve this road, I think that the future would hold more retail in that area. That's all the frontage on the first floor of the first phase.
And if you weren't to get LA Fitness as a tenant, what would the alternative be?
Well, we are asking today for an alternative. In the case that you don't approve the LA Fitness, we would have it as office, looking for another tenant, maybe another gym that would take less square footage, which require smaller requirements for the parking spaces. But I think we have the right tenant in hand as a national tenant, and not necessarily will another national tenant pioneer into this area.
And in phase 1, you have a live workspace on the first floor.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. And those eventually could be transformed into permanent retail spaces.
Correct. And I think this will have many to follow. And it's going to improve the retail in front of the phase 1. It's going to improve all the retail in this area just by bringing that national tenant, because now you're attracting people to the area. Okay, they're going to work out. Maybe they'll stop for a coffee before workout, or they'll go to dinner right after. But these are residents that are being attracted to this area and bringing a safe place for families to work out together.
Any questions from the commission? No? Commissioner Davis?
A couple. Part of the modification was to have the hands from the 4th to the 5th floor. I didn't get the rationale behind that. Why was that modification necessary?
The only reason for that is because LA Fitness is requiring a 16-foot ceiling. We've actually raised it to 17 feet because we want to make sure that we can soundproof, that we have that foot space to soundproof so the tenants wouldn't be bothered by the music or the sound for it. So when you raise each floor 4 feet, it's 8 feet. So it's 8 feet for both floors. So it pushed the bridge up because it's important to us to have the bridge land on the apartments, the 102 apartments that were approved, versus going on to LA Fitness. So we want to make sure that a resident that lives in phase 2, parks on phase 1, walks across the bridge, and they're home.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. In addition, I need to figure out what the discrepancy is, because when I do my due diligence, when I talked to community development, they said there was a 118 parking space shortage, and I believe that you just said that there was 40 or something. I want to figure out exactly what the shortage is, and I'm getting two different numbers from that, so I want to make sure that we have the correct data.
We currently have a lease with the city for 49 spaces. That was the office that was initially approved. Those 49 spaces would be used for the LA Fitness because there wouldn't be an office no longer. We have 31 spaces on the ground floor parking that 9 of them are required for the retail below, and the remainder would be used for the LA Fitness. So that gives us a 49 plus, let's just say 20 to 21 spaces. Okay, that gives us 70 spaces. That's what we have right now. LA Fitness is requiring more than code. They're requiring 150 mark spaces. So we have a shortage of 80 parking spaces. And for 80 parking spaces, we can have a national tenant. Now, Sunil, the owner of the Dello, has agreed with me that he would sublease those 80 parking spaces.
All of them. Wait, to be clear, you can only sublease what they're not using.
Correct.
So if staff finds that 50% are used for the Dello, then you could only use the other 50%, and it wouldn't be a sublease. They'd have to come in for the modification, and you'd have a direct lease with the city.
Okay, and yes, and I believe they would be willing to, we can speak to them about that procedure, but we have spoken to them about doing the site plan modification, and they're for that.
But according to what you've talked to them about, that they're only using 5 to 10 spaces, and they're not using the 40 spaces.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm getting everything.
That's correct, and seldomly do they use the 5 to 10 spaces. That's from the general manager Thomas's mouth telling us that they don't really use those parking spaces. And it's having the Fort Lauderdale Airport here, most people would take an Uber, public transportation to a hotel. Very rarely do they have their own cars.
Commissioner Salvino? Oh, I'm sorry, still going, Commissioner Davis?
I believe that was it.
We-
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
We do have an alternate as well that we'd like to offer in the case that we needed some additional spaces at the time that the parking garage is built for the 2 floors. We could offer to purchase at the prorated share another up to 50 parking spaces if that would help.
Commissioner Salvino?
Thank you. Well, listening to the conversation on what you're saying is that along back with community development, making a statement of what the Dello can or can't do. And this is a question, I guess, for them to answer. I was pretty much an advocate back in the time when I was on the commission when it was built before it was a Dello, and they were asking for the 80 parking spots, or the 80 parking spots were required to do that. They were forced to lease the spaces from our city to be able to pass to get that. With that being said, if there was for a fact that they weren't using, which I know they're not, because just like you said, I believe that public transportation is probably the main use. In a challenging times of parking and anywhere you go in any city, I think there's an exceptions to be made, and I don't know if it's viable or not through the community development, but the rule can be broken through a variance, I believe. Is that correct? Or if they wanted to? Other means. Okay, other means of whatever to eliminate the parking. And if there was only 5 or 10 or even 12 or 15 cars that the Dello had to park, I can concur with you that the parking lot is empty quite a bit, and that those few cars could be open to using open spots in the parking lot, as necessary as public parking, because you don't know for sure if somebody drives in from the airport and they are told by the the reservations. Well, across the street is a city parking lot, just park there. So they don't know whether they're a tenant or a resident of the Dello or whether they're not. So if those people were to drive in there and use it as a public parking lot, those parking spots would not be valid. If that's the case and there's only 10 or 15 cars and you're saying there's 5 or 6, I cannot agree. I mean, I can't agree that if we could to change the 80 spots over, if that would bring a national tenant in, only with the advice from our directors, because I have to go on their suggestion on it. Because I mean, if there's a way around it, if they tell me that there's 40 spots being used, and the Dello says there's 40 spots being used, then I wouldn't be able to agree to that. But if they can tell me that that's all there is, then I would be happy to have them give you the 80 spots, and then and help us there, and then the few spots are there. I mean, it's a compromise where, because as the city grows in the downtown district, the parking is going to get overwhelming anywhere we go, and eventually we're going to end up building a parking garage, but that may be 2 years or 5 years, I don't know. And again, if it does the case, and with your building there, I'd like to have you put that in a contract that you would buy some spots from us.
Absolutely.
Because I think that helps finance us down the road if we decide to do something like that. But I would have no objection if the staff says that they can get away with those few parking spots that they can use elsewhere, and allow him to be able to do that. I mean, I think it's maybe a win-win for everybody on that. But that's just my opinion, but I'm open to anybody's comment on it.
Keep in mind that this is a public parking garage, and the members would be Dania Beach residences. So you would really give a disservice to the residents of Dania for not having LA Fitness here, because this is for the residences. They've realized that this is a dark spot. There isn't a good national gym in this area. And from what I understand, the city is trying to promote wellness. And this helps with the idea of that wellness. Bring in gyms. We're trying to negotiate all types of discounts and special rates for city employees and tenants tenants in our building. But we've really tried hard to bring quality tenants to help us as a building and help the community, because we really feel part of this. And I just think that this would be a real special tenant to lead the way for this road. I'm not sure when you allow for the public speaking, but we asked Mark Freed, he's the owner of Grandpa's, to just speak a little bit of what he's dealing with as a retailer in the area. Is that more public comments, or is he able to speak?
Vice Mayor?
So, Edward, I like this project. I want to see it successful. I like the idea of having a national anchor there. The parking is a huge problem. And the part of the problem is that you're coming here and you're telling us that you've had all these conversations with the Dello, but we don't have anything from them. There is no site plan from them. There is nothing from them. And you're telling us this, but there's nothing in writing.
Right.
And so I kind of feel like we're trying to push forward without actually having all of the documentation, everything that we would need to be able to do anything with it. So I think it's too soon. I trust our staff and their assessments of this. So I think there needs to be a plan in writing that we know will work.
Right. What we would ask for is a conditional approval today, that if we're able to secure the lease with the Hotel Dello, to let us go forward with the LA Fitness. In the alternative, we do ask for your approval to allow this to, because we already received approval for an office, but we've already submitted building plans, and we're down to just weeks away from obtaining an approval to just allow it as an office building. And if we have special tenants with special needs, we'll bring it in front of the commission. But we are offering to pay those 50 extra parking spaces whenever it's built. And that's a significant amount of money for the for payment of each parking spot. That could range from $24,000 to $30,000 a piece. We're talking about $1.6 million payment to pay for those 50 parking spots to deficit fund, basically the remainder of the parking. But I think that this is our opportunity. LA Fitness is not going to hang around any much longer. I've already postponed them from signing the lease. It's been 7 months since we've been negotiating this. So what we would ask for, once again, is a conditional approval. And ultimately, if you're not willing to give a conditional approval, then just approval for the office, and we will find tenants. We have talked to other tenants. I just don't think they're that A-grade national tenant that we have obtained now. And it wasn't easy, because this is not a frontage road. This is not federal highway, okay? So I think this is a great opportunity. And once again, this is for the residents.
Commissioner James?
Yes, thank you. I'm coming from a place strictly of my experience that I have had here on the dais in talking about our staff who uses the best information possible at the time to make the best decisions. So when ride sharing became very, very popular, when it was the big boom of it with Uber and Lyft, a lot of our projects, staff came to us and they listened to the developers, they listened to the engineers, they listened to the subject experts who told us, everyone's Ubering, no one's using cars, right? Staff recommends approval to reduce the parking spaces for Saratoga. Staff recommends approval to reduce the parking for a lot of different developments because at the given time, the information suggested it supported that. When you continue to live, we now have parking issues at a lot of our developments because we were told by subject experts that no one's using cars. The rental-car business is booming. Cars are being used. I'm not saying here at City Hall, but what I'm telling you is around the city, we have major issues because we have given out variances to reduce required parking spaces. We can't count one apartment unit for just one parking space. Sometimes you have two parents and a child that has cars. And so I'm not comfortable because I don't feel like you all have a solid plan. It sounds like we have a lot of options, but I feel like we are robbing Peter to pay Paul. We are trying to ask Hotel Dello to give those parking spaces, and if they're not utilizing them, but what happens if next year they become very popular and they need the parking spaces? It falls on our feet because this is our city. We have safety, measures that are put in place. I want to support this, but I need to be able to support a solid plan that is supported by our staff and what makes sense to me. I feel like we are saying, you three park down the street, you two park in that area, you two park over here, and then on the third floor over there, we can have some other parking spaces. That's what it sounds like because it's not a solid plan. We don't, again, like the Vice Mayor said, we don't have Hotel Dello in here saying, okay, this is what we're going to do. And then I know that for the most part, our parking garage isn't filled to capacity, but I don't think that you have been to our events that are ever growing and evolving, that we don't have any parking here, and that I'm already upset about our residents having to park on the sides of the road and down the street just to come to our events. And it's growing. We have a very demanding commission up here that likes a lot of nice things. We have Arts Park and we have another park so we are growing as a community, and every time we have an event, that parking lot is full. And so what happens when we need all of our parking spaces and we don't have the 80 to be able to give? Thank God Hotel Dello isn't using 80 because we would have 80 more cars on the streets when we have our events. And so I know that you've been working on this for a very long time. You've done a lot of due diligence. I've spoken to you multiple times. I'm not comfortable making a decision today because I don't feel like we have a solid enough plan. The only conditional approval I'm comfortable making is for the office space because you have a plan for that parking, but to have 80 parking spaces out of nowhere, and I know that this community is growing. I know you know how many units we have in the queue to be built. What's going to happen when these tenants come with additional parking spaces and we're giving these waivers or conditions of approval and we don't have a solid plan? So I know staff typically they are very supportive of businesses. They're, the main ones that are telling us, okay, motivating us to approve things that we might be uncomfortable with. But this is safety for me, and safety is priority for myself. And so until I see a solid plan, I am struggling with supporting it.
If you don't mind, I'd like to just answer a few of your comments. You mentioned the events that Dana is holding. The events that I've seen have been Saturday evening. I don't think many events are planned for a Monday or Tuesday evening, which is the peak day of working out. And it goes down dramatically Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. How often do you see people working out on a Friday night or Saturday night or even a Sunday? It's unheard of. And I have letters that was submitted to staff, and I have it with me here today, from LA Fitness that did comparable studies. They took 4 of their gyms that are mixed use, and they actually provided to me the in and outs for their members. And you could see, it was very clear that Monday and Tuesday was their peak day, okay? Because you see 80, 90 people checking in at 5 o'clock, then 70 more at 5:30, 6 o'clock, all the way to 7:30, which was their peak times, from 5:30 to 7:30. And then Wednesday would die down, Thursday and Friday dramatically to the ground on the mornings, none at the evenings, or very few, and then Saturday and Sunday. If you had 2 or 3, it was max on a weekend for the evening time. So, the ITE standards, which is the most recognized consultant out there, has studies, okay? And we've submitted those studies. We're asking for more parking spaces, not because the city requires it. It's because LA Fitness wants it. And if LA Fitness wanted to, and they just signed the lease, they can use the parking garage because that's what it was slated for the public. And once again, this is for the public's use, for the city of Dania's residents, because not many people are gonna come from Hollywood or Miami to come to the LA Fitness. This is for the growing city, and a city needs to have the right mix. Okay, you have approved a lot of multifamily that are under construction, okay? But they need retail, they need commercial to be serviced, okay? There isn't a gym around here other than Dania Point, a very small gym. No other one. You have to have a great mix in a community to make it successful. And that means the right retail, the right commercial, and the right mix of housing, from affordable to workforce housing to market rate. And all could potentially be members at this gym, fulfilling the city's goal to make it the right environment, to be the city's entrance in the arts and entertainment district, as it's been so called. But if you're not taking the right steps to go forward with it, it's only a dream. And that's exactly what's happening today. The negativity I hear today, that I've worked very hard to bring a national tenant that I know, because I've been in this sector for a long time, to be the lead tenant, to bring more, because more will follow, and to make the existing retailers successful. That's why I want you to listen to Mark Freed, because I talk to these retailers. I've become very friendly with it. We're very involved in the community. And I'm seeing a lot of these retailers failing and boarding up their windows, which I haven't seen many cities that way, on a federal highway. Okay, you have a thriving city, but make the right decisions for the residents and allow the right mix to be together. I asked you for an alternate for the office. That's already been approved. It's just closing in the patio. But I really think you should think about it. We do have a solid plan. We agreed with the hotel. They've sent it to their attorney, and they're writing up the contract right away. I think they're almost finished with it. I actually texted him to send me a copy of it. He wanted to speak to Eleanor and make sure it was legal. Okay, that's why I'm asking for the conditional approval. And if I can't get it, then fine, we'll use the alternate office, and I'm gonna search for another national tenant that will require less parking. But I believe in the city, I believe in that road, and I believe in your dream.
Thank you, Mr. Abbo. So I'll get to you, Commissioner Salvino. This 150 spaces is non-negotiable, huh, with LA?
Their lease letter intent was 250 spaces, and we agreed to it.
And they got it down.
We negotiated to 200, and in the past week, we convinced them to bring it down to 150, which is much more than the city requirement. I do have a representative from LA Fitness. He's their main broker for Florida here. if he needed to talk, he would, but he's gonna tell you the same thing that we've gotten from them in letters telling you that they do not have their members on a Saturday night. Their peak hours and days are Mondays and Tuesdays.
Commissioner Salvino?
Well, in reality, you know, if LA Fitness did not require those parking spaces, you know, in their lease, and they just decide to open up the gym, the parking lot is available to whomever, and it just becomes used. And we don't have a choice of what we have to say about whether they take up the whole parking garage or whether they don't, because at that point, you know, it's a public parking spot. So what Mr. Albo is securing is the fact that, you know, that they're requiring that, which is a little bit of a demand on the city, which is, you know, I don't know, it's a little bit of a like squeeze, which I don't like the squeeze part of it, you know. And, you know, if you don't give us the 150 parking spots, we're not going to give you the gym. I believe that the city is as you spoke about, the city is, everybody wants to be here and we're growing and we want to be out there. I feel that I need to wait till the city manager and attorney can hear me on this. It's okay. I'll finish. I just want you to make sure you heard it because it's an important statement that that I think in the future, you know, and we're talking about, and Commissioner James brought up a great point about, you know, we're running short of parking, and you know, I don't want to fall in arrears with parking, you know, and I think we should be, you know, we have the same problem on the beach, we have the same problem here in downtown. On events, we don't have the parking, and I think that the commission should be building onto the parking garage. And you know, I mean, it's just that we've put ourselves in a position where we have a downtown, you know, downtown center now being built, and you know, I can't say it's going to be tomorrow or it's going to be next year or it's going to be 3 or 4 years, but I think that should be in the plan because we're running out of space, and you know, for the Dello to be able to have their spots, and you know, like. I'm not sure, maybe you said or whatever, you know, what happens if all of a sudden people start driving and there isn't any spots left. So we're kind of in a catch-22 where we do need parking. I think you know, I know that there's been alternate offers out there on the parking garage, and you know, my recommendation to the commission is that we move forward with, you know, trying to get the parking garage built somehow or one way or another, you know, in the next year or 2 or 3. But the other thing is that you know, maybe, you know, do the offer that he's saying, if he can come up with a contract from the Dello, that it would be asked at that point that we can, it's not that we're set in the stone with it, but he's offering to bring it back at the next meeting in August. And then I guess at that point, we would still not guarantee it, but we would at least take a consideration if you bring it to us, where the vice mayor said, you know, you don't have anything on that we can see and visibly. So maybe at that time, I'm just trying to look in advance, but I don't think that being pressured by LA Fitness is good for us. Even being a national, and listen, I respect what you're doing, I really do, and you know that. It's just that they're asking us to eliminate, you know, public parking for them, and I think it is open to them. It's just that we can't give it to them under demand.
Right. By no means is this LA Fitness pressuring. Every retailer has their criteria. Well, and they have a criteria that they're trying to meet. If basically their prototype has to be able to fit, we've accommodated them for their prototype, and they need certain parking. I've told them this is a public parking garage. There's 440 spots, and it's never used. But they're not going to go for that. They want to make sure that they have secured parking. Yeah. And we've it took me several months to get a yes out of the Hotel Dello, and that's why I'm asking for the conditional use. Postponed it to August. I mean, they've already told me many times they'd walk in. I said, hold on, we're going to take it from the commission. I want to give them a choice. Do we do the LA Fitness or do we do an office and search for other tenants? I believe office could potentially be very successful because we're gonna have our tenants moving in there, and with as many residents as come into Dania, they are going to need office. We build office all over Florida. I have 3 of them under construction, okay, or 3 in design and in construction right now. And I just leased up in Doral 287,000 square foot office building that we purchased. So there is need for office, mostly in South Florida. I do want to mention one other offer I had made originally to the city manager. When she mentioned to me that you wanted to build a parking garage, I offered that as general contractors, that we would put in our full fee, okay? Our full fee. It takes a lot of staff to build these projects. It takes permitting, pre-construction, design, value engineering, efficiency, and actually executing. That's about $1 million value if you hire another GC. With that offer that would be put in writing, that would save the city that $1 million hiring any other general contractor. And the proof is in the pudding. Look at our phase 1. We've kept it clean. We're building it fast. We're into it 6 months and 3 weeks right now, and it's really taken shape. We've already started stuccoing and drywalling. So that would bring us $1 million savings to the city by us building that, and we would donate our full fee.
You want to speak, Anna?
You know, I'm a bottom line person. As your city manager, I have a responsibility first and foremost to our taxpayers and to our residents. And while your offer was a generous one, we countered with the 50-50. 50-50 of design and construction to build 2 additional stories. Each story would have an additional 100 parking spaces. So we said we'd go 50-50 because this is going to cost approximately $7 to $8 million to build those additional 2 stories. So even with your generous donation of $1 million, that would still be $6-7 million that we would have to pay. So no, I countered your generous offer, which what I thought was a very fair offer of let's go 50-50, let's get 2 additional stories. That's 200 additional parking spaces, and you would have exclusive that whole additional floor.
Right.
So that's where we're at, Edward.
Yes,
And,
that's right. And we offered tonight 50 spaces, which is approximately $1.6 million. And it's just for future that contribute it. This isn't such a lucrative deal for us. The lease isn't very high. LA Fitness knows that wherever they go, they're followed. So they don't offer a lot of money. And the TI is very expensive. Our cost to bring LA Fitness here is approximately $7.8 million. Okay? 2/3 of that is the tenant improvement. And they bring a spectacular gym. But we also have to build the structure. We have to provide them air conditioning. We have to give them elevators. And now build the
swimming pool.
The ceilings, building the ceilings 16, 17 feet. They wouldn't have a pool here, but they have a 36,800 facility. And that's why they're bringing so many jobs, because they have different departments that do different things. They're bringing certain specialty that is really impressive for an LA Fitness based on their new prototype. So,
what I would recommend to the commission, because like the vice mayor says, we don't have anything in writing from the Dello regarding those 80 spaces. So let's say hypothetically that they do bring in something in writing and community development is able to approve that, that would still leave us out of the 150, 70 short.
I'm not sure I follow, because we have the 49 leased, we have the 21, okay, that brings us to 70. And we were 80 short, whatever we got from the Dello.
So it's 120, not 150.
No, it's 150, but we
we're
already
80
have 49 and we already have the 21. That's 70. We have 70. All we're lacking is 80. And Dello said they would sublease those 80 to us, whatever would be approved. So we will, the reason I'm asking for conditional approval is because I didn't realize you needed the lease for today. I thought that the conditional approval, that's typical in cities that give a conditional approval. And if we can get the lease to staff, then it would be approved. If not in the alternate, we would continue as office. But at least we don't go through the whole process again to the commission. It's a conditional approval. If we get it in writing, it makes sense. Why the risk attend to another commission meeting if we have a conditional approval from you that everything fits, other than we need to provide you with the 80 parking spaces, however way we get them. Tomorrow, I might be able to buy some houses and make it a parking lot, okay? There's a lot of different opportunities. Our parking garage, just in case if we needed more parking, was designed to add lifts on the whole first floor. Okay, that's an additional 45 parking spaces. The thing is that LA Fitness has their prototype. They know what it works, and they want to have their parking all consolidated in one area.
Eleanor, if Eleanor could address.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's let Eleanor go first. And then we're gonna bring Mr. Avo back. This conversation's not over. Come on, you know that.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're gonna continue this.
So I wanted to clarify just a few things. Some of the parking discussions and numbers that were thrown out there were not quite accurate. So these spaces are required based on the use that he's proposing. So the gym, the retail, and the number was 253 total. Out of those 253, he's providing 31 on site. I don't have the, do you have it in front of me? 108, thank you. 31 on phase 2 site, 102 on phase 1 building, which leaves the deficiency of 120. So what his tenant is requiring is not what the code is requiring based on his alternate parking standard. So the 120 is what is lacking. We don't have a lease, we don't have anything showing where he's gonna provide those additional 120 spaces. So the 49 that he currently would be leasing from the original site plan on phase 2 goes away. He doesn't have a lease currently with the city, and if he gets approved for the modification, the 49 that was required now becomes 120. So the 49 goes back into the pool. The city parking garage only has a total of 440 spaces. We have other obligations with the library through an interlocal agreement with City Hall staff that need required parking as well, and the Hotel Dello, which has the required parking through their site plan. That only leaves the city with 82 parking spaces left. He's asking for 120 of those spaces. 120 spaces, we don't have enough to give him for that. So the site plan from the Hotel Dello, if they came in with a site plan modification, we would support that. We do see that they're not using as many spaces. They would have to submit a parking calculation, an alternate parking calculation, which we would look at and review with our staff. But we would support a modification to that because they are using less than what they currently are leasing from the city. So I just wanted to clarify that it is the 120 that we're lacking, and that's what he needs. He keeps bringing up the 150 that the tenant is asking for, but that's not something that the code is requiring, and we're addressing in this. So I just wanted to clarify that.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Salvino?
Well, I didn't understand that. I figured when he dropped to the 150 that was required by LA Fitness, I thought that was by code. I was unaware that they needed more than that. So I apologize for misunderstanding on that. So that, I guess that changes the whole demeanor of all the extra, there's lots of spots missing yet. Even if they get the 80 spots, you're still saying there's gonna be 120, you're gonna be 40 short, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So and as the commission explained, the parking garage is full. It's the Art and Entertainment District. It continues to grow. It's a public facility for public parking. As a professional community development director, I can't recommend, leasing every parking spot in the parking garage.
I'm okay
It
with
is for
that.
the
I
public.
just misunderstood the numbers, that's all.
And we could add 200 spaces more, potentially, with 2 more levels.
Yes, if we were to construct, which the city manager
Okay.
did discuss, we had some conversations with the developer to construct the 2 additional floors, which would add 200 additional spaces. And with the deal that the manager was discussing, we would dedicate a whole floor to his development project.
So can I ask a question, speaking of that? So you're talking about building on the 2 floors could be $7 to $8 million. If he wanted to lease out 50 of those spots, if we ended up deciding to build the 2 floors, the 50 spots leased out at what would that be? How much did he say, $1 million? Is that a year or is that
So the lease that we currently have with Hotel Dello is about $45 per month per space.
45 times 80, what is that, 32,000 a month times 12 months roughly? So that's about $400,000 a year, right? Is that what it's come down to?
I don't know, I have to calculate.
Okay.
So many numbers being thrown,
All right,
a lot
well,
of numbers.
How much is it?
43 times 12.
It's 45 times 80
Let's try to do.
times 12.
Yeah.
43,200.
Yeah.
43,200.
43,000 a year?
Candido, I mean, because we've gone through this exercise. You want to go
That
over?
doesn't sound right. 430,000 a year. 43,000 a year. 85. Is that?
Okay.
Which one?
Go ahead.
What we would charge per?
Just go. This is gonna take like 15 minutes. So just go ahead.
49 spaces that we were gonna.
That's important. You guys all got beat?
Candido Sosa Cruz, Deputy City Manager. I just want to clarify as well that the Community Development Team does not recommend giving all 80 spaces from Hotel Delo. The recommendation was 50% of them. Because the hotel is going to need parking for now and for the future. It's not to give every single space to the development. So the recommendation was 50% from 80 down to 40.
We would need a parking calculation from Hotel Delo to support that, but we would recommend almost 40%, 50% reduction.
The obvious solution was, as Commissioner Salvino stated, which is to go 2 stories up, but the city cannot pay the full 2 stories if we're going to be giving spaces to a private developer. That's where, as the manager stated, we went from the developer stating he was going to contribute $1 million in design and engineering, and then he wanted us to pay all the construction. We did not agree to that. That makes no sense to the city. We said we would pay 50% of the construction and they pay all engineering. They did not agree to that. We increased the contribution to 50% total design and construction. They did not agree to that. We even went above that, stating you could have one exclusive floor, not just for this development, but for any future partnerships, such as Grandpa's or anything else, as he stated. So we were even trying to provide additional spaces for any future businesses that he would get into, and that was still not agreed to. We reached out to the developer of the garage to get a real cost estimate on what it will cost right now for 2 additional floors. That's when it's $7.5 to $8 million.
Okay, thank you, Candido. Actually, I'll ask the owner of Grandpa's to come up. Please state your name and address when you get up here.
Hi, guys. It's Mark Freed. I live in Deerfield Beach, 333 Northeast 21st Avenue, and I own Grandpa's. My name is Mark Freed.
Yes, sir.
You have questions for me, or?
No, you want to describe, Mr. Abbo said you had something to share with us.
Can I get my glass? I thought I was off the hook tonight. I just wanted to say that as Grandpa's, I love working with you guys. I was very happy working with Dania Beach, and I love Dania Beach. So, hi, I'm City. Say hi to everybody that's up here, because you heard everybody already. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I believe we are in a very important time, and, we came into this, my partner and I, and, we could use some help of people more local and more customers, and it would be great for us and everybody else around the neighborhood. I think it'll improve everyone's situation. I also feel that if we do it right, Dania Beach can be above the rest. And I think you need a major tenant like that. I'm not saying if it works there, but if it works for you guys and him and he can figure it out, I would love it. And I think all the businesses that eventually start coming in are gonna love it. Because I think it's almost like Del Rey. You get that street off the back, off the main street like they have, and it all works. Everybody's successful. The tenant would be a huge step for others to follow. LA Fitness is huge. It would be a great start. All our business would benefit. Together, we can all work together towards a brighter and more prosperous future for our community. And I thank you guys for your time and consideration. And I just want you to know that I love Dania Beach. That's it. I'm for everybody. So I hope.
Well, how's your parking situation, Mr. Freed? I know what it is.
They're all over the place. But we lost a lot of the street parking behind where we had a lot of parking, where they're building those streets. You know, all the streets from my store all the way to the city, all those streets on the two sides are just gone. And the ones that are on the other way is gone, and the ones going down the block are gone because they didn't open them up because they're all in construction. So there are a lot more spots that'll come back to us once the street parking opens. But listen, we do business, so, and people find a way to park. And we don't go into that garage. You know, unless I start to really push them to go into that garage, I mean, it is empty. I can tell you, he's right. He's right about it being empty in my eyes because I'm a day guy, and I guess I'm not there on the nights. I don't go on all the situations that they do after hours. I'm not around here. This is my first meeting, and I enjoyed it the whole night.
Okay.
I can tell you that. It was
All right.
the kids, the swimmers. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to start helping more and more. I just met a lady.
Here we go.
I went to a party the other day in New York, and she's in charge of a temple, one of the Reformed temples of Suffering, and she all of a sudden she's looking at me and I'm looking at her, and we recognize each other. And I gave so much to the soup kitchen. So the soup kitchen in New York, she says, "Oh my God, Mark Freed, you've helped us tremendously." And I mean, it's just part of the story. I run into people all the time, and it's really nice to give. So call me.
Yeah,
Call
we
me. You guys
got
should
plenty
call
for
me.
you. We got plenty for you.
You guys? What?
Thank you, Mark.
All right,
Thank
thanks for
you,
having
appreciate it.
me.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for having
thank
me
you
up.
for having a successful business in our city. Yes, sir. Commissioner Davis.
Well, thank you, Mark, and I love Grandpa's. I'm glad you love Dania Beach, but I want to kind of get back to this because we seem to be going, and I'd like to have a nice, healthy conversation with all of these differing opinions here. What I have learned over my few years here is that you always want to plan for the long term, and so and I've talked to brilliant people, some with whom have dealt and built Dania Point, that you want to keep a certain percentage, you want to keep a certain 10%, you want to keep something for the future to make sure that you have, if something big were to come along, who knows what were to come along, that we would have that space available. So we don't want to give away all of our assets. I will say that I do see a lot of benefit to bringing a national tenant like an LA Fitness. I do think that that kind of facility would help to improve our arts and entertainment district overall. I think that would be huge. But we have to really listen to the fact that, and I am a data person, and all these different numbers really kind of got to me as far as we have this many, we don't have this many. What that means to me is that there is no clarity. And when there is no clarity, I can't make a decision in confusion. And so that goes to Vice Mayor where it's not in writing. Something needs to be in writing. I need to clearly see. And I know that you guys have been going 7-8 months back and forth with staff, but maybe it should have come to us a little bit earlier or something where we could have our input and we could have a little bit more insight and not have this confusion. At least I still feel like we do at this point. So I want to see something in writing. I want to see what those numbers look like definitively, and not just have to remember what the last person who just got back up and said.
Right.
So I need to have that clarity, that plan, that information from the Hotel Dello, put it all together. And I'm sorry that if LA Fitness put a date on you where you can't do that, because that's not their fault, that's not your fault, but this is the first time we're hearing it today. So that's not fair to us to have to figure out what you guys have been doing for the last 7-8 months. And I do trust our staff, and I do trust what they tell us and what we need to do for the future. So at this point, I'm not comfortable moving forward with something like that. But if you can get it together, get back with staff, bring back Hotel Dello, let's put it all together in writing, and then we can come back and give a definitive decision. At least that's how I feel. Thank you.
Yes, and we want the best for the city. So ultimately, if LA Fitness isn't the right tenant, we want to continue with the project. And if we find another tenant along the way, we'll present it to council. I think there is a problem, a misunderstanding with the the parking spaces that we require, because we did come back into the first phase and add another floor. Initial was 4 spaces, 4 floors. We added the 5th one that brought another 102 parking spaces, and I think that's lacking the count. But I have Carl here from KPB Consulting. He is our traffic consultant, and we believe we only need 80, and that's why we negotiate with the hotel. If I would have known today that you needed that lease, I had understood that we would have a conditional approval approving the lease. But ultimately, we asked you today, if you can't give a conditional approval, us proving the parking that we require, at least approve the office, just the expansion of it, so we can proceed to start construction. Because our team is out there, our goal and our financing is based on starting construction on our second phase together with the first phase. And I think it makes more sense, less the construction work. We have used every resource possible to build this first phase fast, to get out of the way from our adjacent neighbors. And so far we have them happy as far as you can. We're building a high rise there, but we're in constant communication with them. We have set up, my phone is on 24 hours a day for them, my project manager, superintendents, and I think we have them in a good place right now. Luckily, we took down the cranes already. We're stuck in, we're drywall in, so we're moving along. But I want the best for the city, and you know that you're the right gauge for it. If you don't think the LA Fitness is appropriate, then we'll continue. But let us keep forward with the office, because we do have the right parking spaces for it. Okay, so I ask you to at least give us approval of that and all the other items that we asked for, so we can proceed.
Vice Mayor?
And if you find in your hearts to give a conditional approval, if we can provide the parking spaces, then that wouldn't waste the time to come back and lose a potential tenant. That's all I ask.
So I wouldn't be opposed to a conditional approval. The problem that I'm having now is that you're saying 80, Eleanor's telling us 120. So that's where my problem is that we have a difference in the numbers. And so we kind of need to know what the numbers are. I mean, if we wanted to do a conditional approval based on 120, and then we're safe, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's, but I know you're saying 80. So that's where the problem is. It's just not clear.
Well, we would ask for a conditional approval for whatever code is. That's all. If we're proven wrong, if there's a calculation, then give the approval, a conditional approval for the actual requirement for the code. We're going to sit down and figure it out between our consultants. They have a great staff, and we'll sit down, look at the numbers, and get you the right amount.
Because I will say, I know you've done a lot of work on this, and I know
Yes.
you've been working with LA Fitness for a long time, a very long time, even before before this project was even approved. So, and I appreciate that. I just, like I said, I'm just concerned about the numbers and the variations all over the place.
The numbers will figure out. If it's 80 or it's 120, we're going to figure them out. Like I said, we designed our first floor anticipating potential additional parking for lifts. And so we can add another 45 spots tomorrow, okay, adding those lifts. So whatever the calculation is, like I said, 80 or 120, we'll sit down with staff and figure out, but give the conditional approval based on the code requirement. And in the alternate, allow the building to proceed with the office, please.
I think Eleanor wants to speak.
So we don't have a justification of where these 120 spaces are coming. Staff's not recommending a condition of approval right now. I recommend continuing the item, if anything, and coming back with the site plan modification with Hotel Dello if they're willing, and both items come before you at the same time in August.
Do you even have the office version
I do
to
not have
give her?
any calculations for the office.
Then
and
you
it has
can't
not been.
do it a conditional.
So we
What's
can't
before
give
you is
anything.
for the gym.
All right, that's what I was going to ask. If we could approve the other items that they're asking for, aside from the parking.
If we don't have the plans, I don't see how they can.
Okay.
Commissioner Salvino?
Good. I'll let him speak and then I'll speak if that's okay, Mayor.
I'm not sure why I'm beside myself. We've submitted the office plans with all the calculations of required parking spots. We're only adding less than 9,000 square feet to the original approval. So there's a letter of intent. plans submitted, calculations, letters from our parking consultant, so I'm not sure why that's not happened. But this was always planned as an alternate, so we would be able to continue with construction. So basically, so I don't understand why.
Let me just clarify, the last conversation we had with the city manager was for him to pick either the office or the gym and move forward with it. He asked to have this alternate plan, and I said if you wanted to have an alternate plan, we'd have to have 2 site plans coming before this city commission at that time, which means 2 public hearings, 2 advertisements, 2 items on the agenda. We don't have that in front of you right now. All I have is the gym.
Okay. Commissioner Savino?
I'd rather them get it out of the way than I speak, because I'm going to close it out.
Yeah,
Okay, well, go ahead.
One last thing, I was asked to come here today to propose a choice. A choice, do you want the LA Fitness or do we have office? We've submitted building permits to start construction. I didn't think that the alternative would not be accepted tonight. Alternative is what's already approved, other than enclosing the patio. We asked you to approve it because you're in recess, from my understanding, until end of August. And that would be detriment to the site to be able to start construction. There is an approved permit, I'm sorry. This is a valid alternative. It was approved as an office. We want to continue
I'm
it that
sorry,
way.
but if it's not in the agenda, you don't have the information before them, the analysis doesn't go through any of it. I'm not trying to be difficult, legally, that's insufficient. It's just legally insufficient.
Okay, there's many other items on the agenda, many other items that, if you could hear, the hands from Lorenzo Quinn, renowned artist. There's many other items, if you can vote on those items as well. And if you don't want the LA Fitness, fine, okay? It's your choice.
Weren't the hands approved last meeting?
Yeah,
We have certain,
there's changed.
we have certain concessions that we've asked for, certain line items that were part of the letter of intent. Okay, we're asking if we can use the monies from art and public places to contribute towards those hands, because originally it was our take and our perception of those hands, and we actually went out and retained the artist. So that's one of the items. We asked for the retail below, just changing from the live work. That's the same space. That's not changing. There's just several line items, at least if you can vote on those so we can proceed. Yeah, and I have them here if you'd like.
Steph, can you?
Staff is looking at, that they don't even know what he's talking about as far as the changes. So if they have not been part of this application, as far as what's before the city commission, I don't see how we can do that.
This is all part of the application and all part of the letter intent. We've asked for expedited permitting, which at this point we don't really need because we're down to very few
Can you
items.
let Corinne speak for a minute, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, all these items here.
Thank you. So I went through the presentation. There was several different components, and I think that's what he's talking about today. So one of the components being amended, and just to restate, he has an approved site plan, and that's what he's referring to while he has permits in. He could pull permits tomorrow and start building. He has an approved project. So we're just making changes to that approved project. Okay, so there's 4 different things that I identified. You had it. The first is to relocate the connection bridge from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. The second is to increase the ceiling heights on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. The third is to relocate live work units from the 1st floor to the 6th floor. The final one is the one that's problematic. So, I mean, the other 3 could be approved tonight. Could you bisect a site plan and approve? Because the plans show everything. I mean, if it could be conditionally approved and we can, I don't know, because they're identified in the exhibit and the backup in the site plan.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I'm sorry. I just don't know how you do that.
Yeah, but this is all for the gym, though. If it's gonna be office space, you're still gonna move the hands up another floor?
Yeah, we're
You're
gonna
still gonna increase the ceiling heights
we're gonna increase
regardless?
the ceiling height because we're hoping we might attract another gym one day. So we're willing to pay to build the extra few feet to have a better tenant there.
Why don't
in
you
the
just slap
future.
another floor on this thing and put a parking garage on it? It's everything else is already high. Like, unfortunately, this is a result of poor city planning and too much height and density. And now it's hitting us right in the face. All right, and we're the only entity in this little art district area that has any parking. And so we're approving all these projects, but we have to give them the parking to approve these projects. I'm just, some things just weren't very well thought out. So if we're going to go high, then why not just, like I said, yeah, we could add parking to this building in a way, and we can have it connect the bridges. I don't.
The code unfortunately doesn't allow that any longer to just add a few more floors. All the exceptions are gone, and
I know it's done, but
it goes. Yes.
So the units that he has are
No, this is
the old.
important. If you
The
gotta pee, you
units
gotta
that
pee.
he's building are the original regional activity center units, the original 7,800. They are under the incentives. That's why his project is utilizing incentives for the density and the height. So the height of the old regulations still apply to his units because they're the old units. And I might disagree with the mayor a little bit. The developer can build parking. He doesn't have to not build parking. He doesn't have to get the parking from us. He doesn't even have to get the parking from us. He can get it. He doesn't have to build it. He can get it from another location.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not trying to kill the project. We just don't want to give all of our parking
Like you
away.
said, he has property next to this building that he could potentially purchase and make it more parking. Yeah, you have at least 2 residential lots directly adjacent to the property.
These national tenants want to have their parking centralized. It's very hard to tell them you can park 50 here, 20 there, and mishmash. And that's not something we would want to see as a developer as well. We're trying to bring something special to the area. If you see some of the quality we're including in our building, it's very different than just a typical general contractor building as cheap as possible to build it. We own it long term. We're going to maintain it. We're going to manage it. So that's not part of our philosophies. There's other line items that aren't included in that screen as well. We were asking for the public arts and public places monies to be able to assist in funding those hands because we have over $1.1 million that just the hands alone. Not to mention just the bridge, and then we have another sculpture that we're bringing from the same artist for the first phase. That's our intention. So we are asking for that, the art and public places to let us apply it towards this art. Because you know what, bringing art to a building, I think is the intention always, and for this area, I think it would be really special. We're doing it, but we really just want to take the funds for art and public places and put it here, which ultimately isn't a public place.
My point to this is, like you said, this building is a special building. It's built with high quality, all right? But most people who live in the city of Dania are never going to step a foot inside of this building, okay? If it's office space and it's residential space, who cares? It's just another tall building that everybody drives by now. So when you get a tenant like this and you add retail to it, that's what adds value to the community. And that's why I definitely would want a LA Fitness there. It's tough how they're holding our hand to the fire like this. But with this parking garage, if maybe we can negotiate a little more contribution from your side, maybe not 50-50, maybe 60-40, we could get something done. I'm just saying, instead of just killing it and being dead, and then, okay, this is just office space, we close off these terraces, which were attractive when you first presented it, and then that takes away from the attraction, because when you see terraces, you think, oh, there's potential to activate the rooftop. Anna always talks about that. Activate the rooftop or have a bar or something up top. That's what I want to see. I just want to see residents that don't live in the building to be able to access it and go in and make it it's public space. Yeah. So I want to increase the public space in our city. And just closing it off for office space is not increasing the public space. And office retail space is probably struggling the worst in real estate, and office space is pretty tough right now too. So it's hard to predict really what we can get in there. If we could grab a national tenant, and this is our opportunity. LA Fitness, like really, what's another gym that's bigger than LA Fitness? I don't think there is one, right?
They're the best. They're the best.
There's Bally's or something? No, Bally's is bankrupt. So yeah, it's
They didn't have,
They are.
They didn't have
They
enough
are.
parking.
And so that I'm just saying, what do we want to utilize this area for? And we're supposed to be enhancing our Northwest First Ave as well. And that should be able, the Women's Club needs parking, so potentially when we enhance First Ave, we could add more parking on the streetway as well. You know what I mean? So there's options, but we need, right now, what I'm seeing how this meeting is going is there's not enough hard facts, really, in contractual agreements that the commission can comfortably make a decision on. I know that from here in the commission, they want to enhance it. They want this building to be accessible by the community, whether it's a gym and retail space as well, to provide, the amenities that are needed. But it's just, if we give away our whole parking garage, then what are we leaving for the community as well?
I have an idea. That's my idea.
Yeah?
How about this? Make a conditional approval. We'll go to our lenders, okay, with that 40%. If I know that I have that approval in my hand, and we go to our lenders and let them know we have a national tenant on the hook here, they might give us that. Okay, so we were offering very close to 40%. We could probably get up to the 40%. I do have partners in this project. We have a lender. Let us go to them with an approval in hand and saying, we have a conditional approval. If we can get this 40%, we can do it. We budgeted less than the fees that you got. We build in-house. When Anna put me on a mission to go budget this, our numbers came just under $7.4 million. Okay, so we were contributing that $1 million GC towards the 7.4. And when I was offering today the 1.6 million for the 50 spots, it got us close to that. So if we can get our lender, okay, and I'm sorry to bring that up, but the reality is developers use lenders. If I have approval in hand saying, here's the plans, here's the lease in your hand that's worth, it's a national tenant, we could probably get the funding for that. So give us a conditional approval.
But we still have to build this, though.
Yes.
So we're giving them the spaces with these two extra stories not built yet.
Well, if we have the financing for it, for the 40%, we'll build it when necessary. That parking garage isn't being, whenever you decide to build it, we'll have that financing approved. We can even negotiate a certain vehicle to finance that, to be able to distribute it. And what we do, that parking garage right now is not being used. I know you're planning for the future, and that's why you think it's going to be busy. But the bottom line, the tenants are not there. I drive that parking garage all the time. I drive that on weekends with my family. My son's in the stands here down from interning. And we drive that site. We take pictures of the building because I'm teaching them what it takes to build, and it's not easy. And I think you got a reality check today in this meeting today, because life isn't always easy. But you know what? We want the best for the city. We feel like we have a great relationship with you. Okay, we want the best. And if it's going to take 40% us to go to lender get approval, if we have that lease in our hand and we have a conditional approval on that 40%, you're talking about a lot of money. What is that? Approximately $3.5 million?
Yes.
Okay.
60-40. And it's
Jeez.
it's a big investment on the city as well.
Yeah,
But like I said, this is a need.
And this is an increase on tax bases. It's the future of this roadway. Okay. And it's going to guarantee the success of your vision. Because I've talked to a lot of tenants that will follow LA Fitness on our retail.
Listen, like the mayor says,
You got to get on.
we want to bring sexy things to our city, right? Yeah. And we want to bring, that's why we have Rita here, right? I know, but I wanted to be humble. Look, like the mayor and I have been talking about rooftop bars, rooftop restaurant, really maximizing. And I think that 60-40 that the mayor's offering up, and I would be supportive with that condition that you will contribute 40% of that construction, because at the end of the day, those additional 2 floors, the way we're moving forward, we need them. We need them now. we're very quick when it comes to designing things and putting a shovel on the ground, particularly when we don't have to deal with other outside agencies.
Yeah, this is why we wanted to bring you to the table, Mr. Abbo. You know, this is unfortunately how we have to negotiate with Sunshine Law. So, you know, with the 5 commissioners, this is our time to negotiate with you right now.
We're the right outfit to do it. You see the construction going out there. We will keep it clean. We'll manage all the construction of it. And if that's what it's going to take to bring LA Fitness here, and hopefully they'll go for this, I think it's worth it. I really do. I've seen these cities grow. I think you guys have planned it very well. You have a great staff, a great team. It's a pleasure to do business with you.
So with this site plan, sorry, Mr. Abbo, with this site plan approval, well, it's a conditional approval. All right, so it'd be 60/40, and then it would be
Construction design.
yes, construction and design, and it would also be what was the other negotiation we had?
They would have one of those 2 floors.
Yeah, one of the 2 floors, right? And it has to be retail when LA Fitness moves in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
and
what
then would this transform phase 1 also?
for the future. And we can prove this road is successful. We're going to bring other retailers there. Okay? If you're bringing your residents to this area, okay, 3,000, 4,000 residents, obviously it's broken up, it's going to bring success to these retailers. Mark wasn't joking when he says, hey, it's a struggle out there. And he's probably one of the more successful people because I see him busy. But he would be able to open longer hours and prosper. And you know what? People are prospering, invest in the community. Okay? I've seen it happen. People reinvest. They have more successful restaurants because they put the money into it. Our hotels, we're constantly reinvesting them to keep them fresh. And that's what's not happening here with the retail.
I know that Commissioner James wants to talk, so when she's done, could I just
Sure.
chime in afterwards?
All right, Commissioner James?
Is it something that I need to add to my motion because after the public comment, what's wrong, Commissioner Salvino?
My light's been green, I've been waiting, but
Wait
it's
for you to
okay.
talk.
You better talk.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion, so
I'll pass on what I had to say because I don't want to bring it to be a downer. So
You can
I
be what
think
you wanna be.
we're on a happy note right now, so let's leave it there.
So, if I could, before the motion is made, I just wanted to address a couple of things. We're running out of space, as you know, so we need a timetable for if this was going to happen. I think we need to address now, if we're going to do the 60/40 deal, we have a certain amount of time to approve a negotiation for that, to get construction started, because we don't want to wait for the end of the construction. They've already been built. LA Fitness wants to come in, and we don't have parking spaces for our community. So we need to have some of those details just to be,
That could be part of the condition, right?
like
Yeah.
part of the condition, like within 6 months, we have to have the deal in place with the lenders, construction start within a year, the funding be in place before the end of construction, all of these terms, because otherwise, we're gonna be double booking our garage.
what do you recommend?
The things I just said, which is
Yeah.
within 6 months to have the funding, payments within the year, construction to start within a year.
They get the
Okay.
funding quicker than 6
James
months.
wants that for her motion.
Yes, I do. I want to see if are you opening it up, Mayor? I'm ready to make my motion. So whenever
Public
you're
comment's
ready,
open. If anybody from the public wishes to speak on this item, please come forward.
Do not.
All right.
Okay,
Public comment
great.
is
I'd
closed.
like to make a motion to what Eve said.
Yeah.
That's where we're at with it. No, okay.
Well, I would say that it's a motion for conditional approval.
Yeah.
Based off of our attorney's suggestions and recommendations
You
that
got it.
she is going to put in writing
Yes.
and present to Mr. Abbo as well. And you're aware of what we're saying because
Yes.
we can't just say it all right now. He's aware.
The
Okay.
sooner the better for us because while we have our construction team here. we
Show
wanna-
up tomorrow with Eve.
And we will have a separate proposal that we submitted for the CRA for a private-public partnership for additional retail potential on the first floor. So I think that will even heighten there even better, but we can talk about that separately.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. We're redoing the whole streetscape
Yes.
also, and all this should be
We-
going hand in hand in a way.
We have
The
a
streetscape should be
plan,
starting soon.
we have a plan
All right,
that
that's my
has the
motion.
land in the front, semi-recessing more retail, making it even more successful for that area. But we will submit that separately.
Okay, all right, we'll have a motion on the floor from Commissioner James for conditional approval with the city attorney's suggestions that will be presented to Mr. Abo in writing. Vice Mayor Llewellyn.
Second.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Llewellyn. All right, just, we'll call us to a vote. Go ahead, Laura.
Commissioner Davis?
I still would need to see it in writing myself. This has been way too much without the clarity that I need. So until I see it, I'm going to say no. Thank you.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Salvino?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Llewellyn?
Yes.
Mayor Ryan?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abo.
And to be clear, it's not in the alternative.
It's not an
It's
alternative.
not in the alternative. It's because that's the only thing we have before us is the main project. If you want to bring that one back in August, you can. Correct.
Right. Well, thank you very much for hearing me and working together to make this happen.
All right, thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Freed. Hey, don't go anywhere, Mr. Freed. You got to stay around for the whole meeting, right? Yeah, you're staying? All right. All right, you guys take care. Please leave quietly. All right. Good night. Okay, up next is second reading ordinances. Go ahead, Eve.
An ordinance of the City Commission amending the city's comprehensive plan to adopt an ear evaluation and appraisal report-based amendments pursuant to 163-3191 of the Florida statutes, which provides for comprehensive update to the goals, objectives, and policies of all elements, including revised text and map amendments necessary to update the data and analysis of the comprehensive plan, providing that the text and amendments shall replace in full the existing text and maps in all amended elements, providing for transmittal to the State Land Planning Agency, providing for conflicts, a severability, and an effective date. This is community development.
Good evening. This is second reading, and so I have a short presentation and a long presentation. So I'm going to go with the short presentation and see if you need more information after that. Okay, this is second reading of our comprehensive plan. It is the city's comprehensive plan. We update it every 7 years. It's a requirement of the state, so it's an important document. In February, the City Commission unanimously approved this on first reading. We then transmitted the application and the document to the state. The transmittal packages were sent like 2 days after the commission meeting. Subsequently, we received from the Department of Commerce, which is at the state, their ORC report, which is their objections, recommendations, and comments on the report. We had no objections and recommendations, which is an excellent report from the state. So we were able to move forward. We did go to the county as well. There were modifications that had been made between first and second reading, were primarily driven at the county level because they have to recertify. This is something specific to Broward County. It does not happen anywhere else in the state, just Broward County. So the elements that I listed on the screen are where there were amendments that were made at the request of the county. They were mostly minor in nature. A lot of them, there was a lot of changes to the future land use element because that's the element the county can regulate by. So they wanted a lot of our regulations that were in different elements to be put into that one because that's their regulated document. But those are identified in the staff report. This is the process that we go through for the comprehensive plan. You can see we are all the way at the bottom at second reading. Once it goes through, gets approval at second reading, we transmit it to the state in a day or two, the final version to the state, and then we have to go to the county for recertification, and it's a completed document. So that's where we are this evening, and at this point, we're recommending approval of second reading, and I could go through the rest of the rest of the presentation, which was made at first reading, if you desire.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Item 12.1. All right, hearing none. Commissioner James?
Like to make a motion to approve 12.1.
Motion to approve. Commissioner Salvino? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Okay. Go ahead, Eve, 12.2.
An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 28 Land Development Code regulations at Part 1, use regulations, Article 105, use regulations for residential and open space zoning districts at Section 10590, outdoor storage containers, providing with conflict, severability, and effective date. This is community development.
This is second reading of a text amendment allowing containers to be used as building material. It was approved on first reading and there were no changes.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Item 12.2? All right, hearing none, public comments closed. Commissioner James.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 12.2.
All right, motion to approve 12.2. Commissioner Salvino.
Second.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 12.3, Eve.
An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 28 Land Development Regulations, Article 275 Landscaping Requirement at Section 275-195, Artificial Turf Installation of the City of Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicts, codification, severability, and effective date.
Good evening. This is second reading of text amendment, and as you recall, it was approved on first reading, but there were changes that were requested. We brought it to second reading. There were more changes. So I'm just going to briefly go through the changes that have been made since we last presented this item. So what we have done is we've changed the installation requirement to allow turf to be 12 inches from the trunk of a tree. Previously, I think we were at 5 feet. So we're now at 12 inches. However, we did ask also that if there's root surfaces, the roots are at the surface, that the turf be pulled back away from the surface roots to provide, the growth of the tree. The second requirement is we removed the setback requirement. Previously, we had it at 2 feet. Now it's at 0. And the third is that there was a provision, as you recall, the attorney and I had a discussion at the last meeting about the grandfathering in or the considering it legal for the previous turf that has already been laid prior to adoption of this ordinance. We removed the prohibition, so now any turf that has been laid previously will be considered legal or grandfathered in and will not have to follow these regulations. However, that is limited to the turf material itself. So I know that there's issues out in the community about pervious area and concrete. That's a pervious area concern, and we have pervious area requirements that have not changed. So as long as the pervious area requirements are met and turf is laid on top, it should be fine. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Mr. DeRosa?
Good evening, Sean DeRosa, 408 Southeast Fifth Street. With regards to grandfathering in, I saw on the packet today, Section B1A was stricken. However, Section B1B was not stricken. It seems like they contradict one another. So I wanted to see if we could please get clarification on that. I figured if you were going to truly grandfather in residents, that both Section B1A and B would be stricken. In Section B, number 2, you talk about if you have to repair or replace the material, the resident would have to use the same manufacturer. Some of the material becomes obsolete and discontinued in a matter of a few years. So I don't know, I think you should take that into consideration. There should be some flexibility in the language. If the material is either obsolete or discontinued and or the material is not available in inventory, what is the resident to do? I also noticed that this was taken to the planning board, but when I went to the planning board minutes, all that was available was April minutes. May and June minutes were not updated online, and so I don't know what was talked about, but I can tell you Section A, 7, 8, and 9 were not in the April minutes online, so it makes it confusing when you're trying to see what's being talked about at the planning board, and it doesn't flow with what's currently being discussed here. And then last but not least, Ms. Garcia, you saw the email I did as a responsible resident last year. I said I was going to be engaging in artificial turf where any permits required. That's installation as well. And now to be told that, hey, you have a cheap cement perimeter that's used in 95% of the turf that's installed, that now I'm going to have to go get a permit for that, and I may fail because I don't have the proper pervious impervious ratios. I don't know if that's really fair or right. So I don't know how you guys plan on dealing with that. I mean, you're saying go get the permit, but now what about if I fail it? Or what about if there's other residents that fail it? I share with Ms. Norena, did you go to 402 Southeast 6th Street? Did you go to 419 Southeast 6th Street? She came to my house last week and I asked if she would pass
Address the
by those
commission,
houses.
Mr. DeRosa. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's what I'm wondering. How are you gonna handle it? I was told last year I didn't need a permit. I believe that involves installation. And now they're trying to twist it and say, well, it didn't refer to the cheap cement border that you're putting on your lot.
Thank you, Mr. DeRosa.
I would agree with Mr. DeRosa that B1 just be stricken. So all the others would just be renumbered. Yes, just you don't need any of the words there. No, the whole B1, from the first line to,
Maintenance of artificial turf property owner shall, yeah, okay. All right, any discussion? Any more public comments? All right, seeing none, Commissioner James?
Yes, thank you. I have a few B was one of mine, but now B2 is also something that I need clarification for. It reads, all artificial turf must be replaced if it falls into disrepair with fading holes or loose areas. Replacement and repair shall be done with like materials from the same manufacturer. What if you had a bad experience with your manufacturer? I don't understand how we can mandate that they go to the same manufacturer, and what if they're not even in business? And done so in the same manner that results. So that's my issue with it, is if I had a bad experience with a contractor and manufacturer, if I wanted to go to a different one, this doesn't allow me to. It says from the same manufacturer. And so I need clarification on that, Eve.
If I may, Manager, please.
Or Eleanor, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. So, the replacement and the maintenance of it would not require a permit, so this is just guidance. The same manufacturer we're recommending, so it looks the same. It's not, a different type of material. There's no way for us to go out there and confirm that they use the same manufacturer. It's just for us to guide them.
Because it says
So it
shall.
looks the same.
So
I would
shall
recommend taking out
is-
from the same manufacturer, because you're saying like materials and blending in, so that covers the issue.
Okay, thank you.
And then I wanted to then go back and we want to see how we are enforcing this. We have areas that I have concerns about code, because we have areas in our city, I'm not sure that code is driving down and doing their due diligence to look at these areas. So we have an address, I think it's 70 Northwest 13th Avenue, and they don't have an open code. They have almost 100%, or probably most 70 to 80% cement in the front. And I'm not understanding what's happening, or how they, number one, how they even receive plans to do this, or if they have plans or submitted for plans. But if they submitted for plans and we approve this, that's a problem, because that's zero scape with cement. And so that's an issue for me. And then even then, that property also has the turf that goes right up into the tree. How are we still mandating, or is the commission, did we decide that we were okay with it, with the 1 foot versus the 5 foot? Yeah, with the 1 foot, instead of it going right up to it, are they not grandfathered in if they already have the turf going right up to it? I need more clarification on that as well.
From what we were understanding from the city attorney, we're striking all the language, so they will be grandfathered in. We won't go back and look at artificial turf that's already been installed and measure those stipulations. That's for new installations. And the second thing is for the property that you mentioned. I will have myself and code manager drive by the property. Is it new concrete that was poured, is what you're saying? So it's an existing property?
Oh, sorry. Turn yourself off. All right, there we go.
I know, I'm sorry, I thought I was finished. It's near the patch. The property isn't brand new. I think they redid the property.
New concrete is what you're saying?
Yes, the whole, everything is concrete.
Okay, we'll look at
They have very little artificial turf. And then it doesn't even, it looks like it's weeds growing out of that part by the trees. But I just think that this is going to be, this may provide a problem. I'm not sure what the plan is to roll this out, to go and educate, or to do the ride-arounds, or to see who has artificial turf, who doesn't, and to just educate our communities on it. But I don't want proactive visits, you know, if we're not proactively driving up and down all of the streets and eyeballing things. Because if I can eyeball it and I don't know the code like the back of my hand, our code department should be able to eyeball these glaring things when they ride along the city, you know, day to day. I know they have sections, so they're not eyeballing it. I don't want code to stop depending on residents calling it in, because I know that they want to say, okay, we're going to wait till you all call it in, but isn't that code's job to go out and see things and to make sure that, you know, these things are being followed? So I have, you know, that's my issue I have with code as regards to that.
So there's many ways that code does their job. Yes, we do have reactive complaints where people call. We do proactive that are driving their sections of the area daily. But also, you know, we have, I just lost my train of thought for a second.
Okay.
So we have proactive, we have reactive. We also do code sweeps. So we go out in specific areas, like for dumpster enclosures, we'll target certain areas and make sure that area has all the dumpster enclosures needed. So there's different methods of using code enforcement, but I can guarantee you we are doing ride-arounds, we are proactive. But this specific site, I will make sure that me and the code manager visit it to see what the issue is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eleanor, quick question about the artificial turf. Just because you're grandfathered in, you're still responsible to maintain it, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Just want to verify.
Yes. It's the installation that's grandfathered.
It's the insulation that's grandfather. Okay. And then if it was installed improperly before and you're going to reinstall it, it has to be done properly, correct?
Yeah, we're not gonna go up and rip up people's.
Yeah.
artificial turf.
But when they redo it, it has to be done to code.
When they come in for a permit, we're gonna regulate it at that time, correct?
Okay. Commissioner Salvino?
You know, that's going to be tough. You know, going on what you just said a second ago and what the code is now and what certain residents are going through, you're going to be, if code is driving around and they don't see this big old concrete already being poured, and first of all, that's an obvious code violation, maybe. And if it is, maybe they've already been cited. We don't know that, okay? The thing is that if they're riding around and they see this and then they go down with a new, I'm sure you instruct your code people that, you know, what the new code is on grass, artificial turf now, they're going to drive around, they're going to see somebody with artificial turf. How are they going to know whether it's older or they was put in after the code was changed and the people don't know it and they put the code, they put down, how are they going to know the difference?
Candido Sosa Cruz, Deputy City Manager. Code compliance officers drive around looking for violations. If they see a property that has artificial turf, it's already there, they're not investigating when it was installed. The same way as if you have a door, a window, a roof, a shutter, they're not there to look into how did it get there. what they're doing is trying to see obvious violations, such as if they see you pouring concrete, if they see you installing a window or door, they'll stop and ask for a permit. If they see construction workers on site, but no permits displayed, that's what they're looking for. If they see a dirty roof or paint tripping from the walls, if they see flat tires in a vehicle, that's what they're looking for. But if they see something already in place, they're not going to investigate to determine if maybe it was done in violation.
Okay, so what you're saying is if anybody goes out there and puts artificial turf in tomorrow after we pass the ordinance and they don't see it get put in, that means they don't know the difference, is what you're
They
saying?
won't, just like if you put a door,
Okay.
a window, a roof.
Okay, just curious to know, because I just didn't want them, when you hand them the new ordinance, to go around and say, well, I see artificial turf there and stuff like that. Okay.
And we're not here to disturb residents' lives. We're here to increase the quality of life and to make the city more beautiful.
Okay. That answered my question.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Davis?
Just a quick follow-up with that. So, but part of that code is making sure that it doesn't fade and the maintenance and all of that.
Absolutely.
So if they do go around and see that it's faded, now then do they go back and investigate? Because now it's obvious to the eye that it's not being maintained properly.
It depends. If it's faded and it looks like it's not pleasing aesthetically, they would communicate with the homeowner to see if there's any remedies, washing it, cleaning it, to make it beautiful. We're going to always work with the residents to make their homes more beautiful and to increase the value of the community, the neighborhood. That is the goal.
Entertain a motion? Commissioner James?
I'll make a motion to pass the item.
As amended, correct? As amended.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor?
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. All right, now to discussion and possible action, 13.1, Eve.
Okay. If action is taken on the city manager's contract per the charter, there would be a public hearing required on her item. It's a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach authorizing the City Commission to enter into an extension of employment agreement with the city manager Ana M. Garcia, providing for conflicts and effective date, sponsored by Commissioner Salvino.
All right, Commissioner Salvino, is your item.
All right, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Commission. Everybody that's listening out there and the residents of Dania Beach and the audience here, we all know what a wonderful job that our city manager is doing. I've been in office, a couple of times. This is my 7.5 year of serving the citizens of Dania Beach. And in this last 4 years, or 3.5 that I'm in now, we've gotten more done in this city than the first 4 years that I was there. We probably had more done the first year than we did in 4 years. She came up with the strategic master plan that there wasn't bouncing from project to project. And we sat there for hours as a commission and put our program together. This program was, set up by, our city manager, and with that program, the strategic marketing plan that we did, everything that we've laid out, she's accomplishing. Your leadership in the city, Anna, is top notch, and I'm very happy to be here with you. You've hired a bunch of directors for every department that are outstanding, and every one of them do a great job. And the response from every director, yourself, or just our whole commission. All of our directors that you have here and staff. I've never seen such a happy place for working together. So, you've done a great job with that. You always respond to the residents. I've seen you go out to the house. I've seen you answer their phone calls. I've seen you talk to them one-on-one. And I've seen them come in here in the commission meetings and and thank you for things, just like tonight, they've thanked you more than one time. So, with that, I'm asking the commission to, to extend your contract with us, for a year. I'd like to do more, but we'll do one at a time, because that's, unless they want to force it to be longer. But I'm asking the commission, would you please extend her contract for another year? And that's my vote. And I'm making a motion that we do that.
I'd like it more than a year too, but it is what it is. Commissioner James?
What did you say, Mayor?
I said I'd like it more than a year also, but it is what
That's
it is.
that was gonna be my amendment. Can I amend your motion to have it more than a year?
We can't force
Not
her.
this time. We can't force who?
I'll tell you what, I have to amend it.
You better not be thinking the R word.
Hold on. Listen. I say this because I'm looking at the projects that we have. I'm looking at if anyone else occupies a seat that already have this level of expectations and projects that is going to take well over a year to complete. I would rather have the person who initiated it, because I know that she will be a champion for it. And you are absolutely correct. Regardless, we have had plenty of disagreements. Everyone knows that. But at the end of the day, when you check off those boxes and get things done, we can't deny that. And if the city manager, I know she's not going to say no to more than a year, but for me, I think that to be realistic, it needs to be 2 to 3 years to really get done what we need to get done. When you think about if we come to the table and say no, we have to go through a search. I've been through that process. That takes.
It sets us backwards, yeah.
It takes time, it takes money, it takes resources if you want to find the right person for the right job. So for me, if I'm going to amend the motion, I would say at least 2 years. If the city manager would like to stay, if she want to leave us, then you can leave us.
All right, Commissioner Salvino.
But I know he did, but it's my motion, so if you don't, is it okay to take it, or do you need to go? I was going to change something.
I just want to speak, so you can finish until I have a conversation.
Okay, you can speak. I just wanted to do something. I know that in talking about this to everybody, I'd like to have, you can leave anytime you want. There's nothing that says you can't quit. Okay, so I'd like to amend it to 3 years. Make it 2. All right, make it 2. She wants 2, and that way, if you decide that you want to leave for some personal reasons or whatever you want to do, then you can do what you want to do. But the 2 years, at least, it's comfortable for what's coming up for the next election. That gets you into the next election, and I'm sure you have qualified people to follow you, and so on. But I think if you'd accept the 2 years, and if you have to leave before that, then you have to do that. Is that okay?
And I want you all to know that when I leave this city that I adore with all my heart, that has embraced me, a girl from the 305 here in the 954. Just when I look at my residents and I look at my team and everybody, it causes me stress to think about these things. When I'm done here, I'm done. Other than like doing the things that I was discussing with y'all, like writing and doing wherever God leads me. But I have no desire, once I leave the city, to go work for any other city in the world.
Well, if that's so, sorry, then move on, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no denying the amount of progress that this commission has been able to achieve. I think that the strategic plan that we did in 2021 really set the pace for us to achieve so many things that we're able to look at on an annual basis and be able to check off the list. And we did that as a team with many hours of discussion. And I think when you have somebody who brings that kind of leadership to the table, that sets our city in a positive trajectory going forward, and there's no denying how that came to be. So I thank you for all that you have brought to the table. And one of the greatest things that you bring to the table is the ability not to only lead yourself, but to choose people in these positions who are able, once you do decide to go to North Carolina or go wherever you see fit, that you have prepared this city to be in great hands. And so you have a deputy city manager that is second to none. And I have seen him be able to learn from you for many years. And so whenever that time comes for you to say, it's time for me to go into the next chapter, I want you to have all that you deserve in that next chapter, because you have prepared this city and you have prepared your deputy city manager and your directors to really, like you called it, and I will quote you, a deep bench that you have created. And so that's what, to me, a truly great leader does, is able to create that leadership position and where you can pass that baton and know that you have left your city in great hands, not good hands, but great hands. And so I know that there is nobody better, with the leadership that you have put in place to be able to do that. So I respect your decision, whatever it is that you decide, but I know that the city team that you have put together and the leadership that you have put together is going to be ready to take on whatever it is going forward. So I thank you for all that you have done for the city, and I thank you for leaving it in great hands whenever it is that you decide to do that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Don't make me cry. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna try not to make you cry either. We've also had our ups and downs, and we've mostly privately, where we have fought like sisters and learned from each other. And you have fostered a culture here that I have never seen before. Everybody gets along. It's a team. And everybody wants to do it too, I'm sorry. Everybody wants to help each other. Everybody wants to do the best thing they can to make you look good, to make us look good, to make the city look good, and to make our residents happy. And that is something that is a huge achievement, and you should be very proud of yourself.
I had great parents.
Yes, you did.
Great parents, great mentors.
And all I'm going to say is, if you're willing to stay for 2 years and agree to a 2-year contract extension, that makes me really happy, because we started together pretty much, and we can finish together. So, I would second that motion for 2. Thank you. That's all I have.
You already have it?
Are you okay? Want to do the public hearing?
It's a public hearing. We should give our manager some praises.
Thank you. I love you guys.
All right. It's the best overall public hearing I've ever heard.
Thank you, man.
All right, thank you. I'm just, look, I agree too, but, it seems like you guys discussed this before, so if manager wants a year, let's just give her a year. Let's give her what she wants. We can renegotiate, for the next year, you know what I mean? Let's not hold her hand to the fire, right? It's not LA Fitness Earth, right? Yeah. It's your motion, but I'm just saying, I think we should leave it as it is. Yeah. For Anna's regard.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's up to you. If you want to do it, yeah. Jeez.
I'd like to leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Because we can always, if we're all still good and we're still good with our relationship and our marriage and everything, then we can go. I mean, at the end of the day, God will lead me, and this is a discussion that I need to have with my family too, because I give the city 150%, but I also don't want to miss. I have 3 great nephews and 1 on their way, And I want to be able to coach him and do those things. So let's take 1 year, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay, let's do the motion on that. Go ahead, Commissioner Salvino.
Make a motion, we pass the item as is.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, we got the manager for another year. Woo. We'll have this conversation next year, so we'll see.
Thank you so much. Love you
All
guys.
right. Okay, up next, 13.2.
Tough act to follow, a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the City Commission to enter into an extension of employment agreement with the City Attorney Eve Boutzes, provided for conflicts and effective date.
This is Vice Mayor Llewellyn's item.
Yes. Thank you very much. And actually, it's funny because the budget's coming up and whatnot, and I knew the contracts were coming up at the end of the year, so I actually wanted to do both. And then I heard Commissioner Salvino was going to do the manager, so I said, okay, he can do that one. But same sort of thing here. And this is and the difference is that Eve is she is looking for 5 years extension. She's not looking for any sort of an increase. What she's looking for is just to be vested in her pension and to have some additional funding into the pension, which I think is reasonable, and some additional time in her contract for severance, which is pretty
No,
standard.
the only change is the 5 years.
Oh, I thought it was.
That's the only change.
Oh, I thought it went to the 20 weeks. Okay. Regardless, it's not a huge change.
And it's still terminable.
It's still terminable.
Yeah.
Same clauses, same. Sorry, tired. It's been a long day. The same terms. Everything's really the same terms as before. And I think it also gives us some consistency. I can tell you that I deal with other cities in my day job, and you know, it's hard to find a really good city attorney and somebody who is proactive and jumps on things. I mean, we've all seen the texts and the emails where there's something that comes up and Eve immediately has an answer, or jumps in and wants to be part of a meeting because she wants to make sure that she has all of the law prepared and ready to go. We just saw that with the Dania Point thing where you jumped in on that as well. So I think it's something that's really important. It is very difficult to find a good city attorney. It really is. And you know, I'd like to see her stay on, and I would hate for anybody to make her feel as though we don't want her here. She's a big part of this team, just like our city manager, just like our directors. There is this camaraderie that goes on, and I know the directors and the deputy directors are all very comfortable going to Eve and when they have questions and getting responses, getting a quick response, which was something we never saw in the past. So I know that I can reach out to her any time of day, on the weekends, whenever it is. If something comes up, she responds to me. So I think that should be appreciated, and I think that we should extend her contract as requested. Thank you.
Public hearing, right? No, not for you, only for city manager.
Unlike the manager, the charter doesn't require it.
Okay. Commissioner Salvino?
I just have a question on it. You know, when you start looking at 5-year extensions, nothing personal. It's just a question that leads us into the fact that every 2 years we have an election, and you know, if one or both or don't make it or do make it or whatever, but if for by chance we didn't, and we made that choice today, and then the new candidates come in, new commission comes in, and they're not happy with her. I didn't quite catch what the terms were, because I don't want to be obligated to.
It's a 3-2 vote still, and she's out.
Yeah, but
if
there's
that's what the commission decides. Yeah.
Yeah, that's to release the person from her job.
Yeah.
You would be paying severance is the answer.
How long
It
is
was
the
20
severance?
weeks of severance.
How is it?
20 weeks as provided under Florida statutes.
Under what
It's
statute?
the maximum that can be provided.
Okay.
It's the same as what is provided to the
All right,
manager.
that's fine. I just want to make sure, because I just don't want to obligate, then everybody come back to me down the road and say, well, you know what I'm saying? So I just have
I got you. You got. Hold on.
What? All right.
Can I just say, it's hard. Attorneys have a whole different role than a city manager, and not everybody appreciates it. So it's and I can say that coming from where I come from. So, you know, sometimes things can be taken the wrong way when really all she's trying to do is look out for the city
No,
and,
I
look out
no,
for us.
I'm
So,
not, that's not a question.
yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
looking at the future, like if somebody, if I wasn't there and somebody
yeah,
else is
no, I
like
get
that.
it. I get it.
So, the, is it a four-fifths vote or 3 out of 5?
Three.
Huh?
It's three. Yeah. Well, without cause, it's 4. Yeah. Right.
All
Okay.
right.
Anybody else? Nope.
No,
No
it's
public
not.
hearing.
It's not.
It's up to us.
Okay, yeah, you know, I think, I guess I'll touch on this. You know, from what I read going around, you know, South Florida, high turnover is a sign of a struggling city in a way, you know, especially at the top of leadership. And we've been pretty solid, been pretty consistent here when it comes to our leadership and our top dogs. And I like Commissioner Salvino said, we've been functioning very well. We've gotten a lot done in these last 4 years, more than he's ever seen. So I think we're on a very good pace right now. We're definitely gelling, and everything's moving along. We have an election coming up, but still, I don't think that would even change anything when it comes to management with the city and our legal expertise that we get as well. So definitely in favor of this, for sure. You know, if you wanted me to touch on it, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Well, if nobody else has anything to say, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion to approve. I have a second from Commissioner Salvino. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Passed it.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated, thank you.
No tears with the attorney, though. All right. You don't give attorneys tears. Yeah. All right. So okay. Up to item. Okay, now we're on. Oh, we're still on discussion possible action. Okay, item 13.3. This is we're seeking. Okay, if the commission wasn't briefed on this, the MC Frost House, the owner of the MC Frost House, which is the 2-story White House, famous house in Dania that everybody knows. The owner came forward to the city, and he wants to sell us the property. He wants to give us the first option to purchase that property. I know the city had an opportunity in like the early 2000s, like 2000 or 2001, to purchase it for like, you know, $600,000. But, you know, it didn't go through, got sold privately. This is another opportunity that, you know, just happened to come across the desk. And all I'm asking tonight is that we get 2 or 3 appraisals on the property, and then we can make a decision from there.
Just as an FYI, you need 2 appraisals to purchase a property, which is why.
Okay, 2 appraisals, yeah. Commissioner Savino?
Does she have her light? Were you on? She was just on?
Everybody was on.
Okay. Yeah, that property, if it comes back on the appraisal, you know, I mean, the forethought is more than historical to me, because it's already in place, it's already there. But what a place for a venue, you know, I mean, you know, like weddings outside, you know, we could fix it up a little bit and put outside tarps, and I mean, that would be a neat place to fix up a little bit and keep, you know, and keep it the way it is, but make it like a venue. And I think that'd be, if it comes back appraisals, I mean, I think it's something for us to really take a hard look at, because that is a historical place and a landmark. It's a landmark more than anything else because of where it stands. But that is maybe I'll buy it.
There we go.
That's nice.
Vice Mayor Llewellyn?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this a couple months back, didn't I? When we were talking about the other house, that this is a house that I would actually be really interested in, and it wasn't for sale at the time. So I'm glad to hear that they've come forward and decided to talk to us about that. I think this would be an excellent opportunity, and same thing. I think it would be an excellent venue. There's a lot of potential there. That it would not only be a historic building, but it could also be more useful and something that is already on its own property. It doesn't have to be moved. There's a lot of things that go along with that. But it's, I like the property. I think it would be awesome if we could have that as a city property.
All about this.
Yeah, I know. It all depends on what it is. So if the appraisal, I'm more than happy to go forward looking for appraisals.
Well, the owner got an appraisal in and he presented it to us. Well, he sent it to me, and I think it was like 3.2 million was what the appraisal was. But he is he's willing to negotiate because he understands the historical value, and then he can't get full retail price for it. So I think we could still play around a little bit on the appraisal side.
Good.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Yeah.
So do you consensus?
Do I have consensus?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool. Thank you. Consensus for 2 appraisals. Okay, item 13.4, Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy proposal. Come on, Cassie. Can we watch the videos again? At least the ancestry one.
Can we move on?
As Cassie walks down to the podium, come on, Kat. I just want to inform you all that the attorney, the finance director, Cassie, and our deputy city manager have gone through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and we recommend approval to begin the negotiations. But we have looked at everything and the benefits, and really partnering with this duo over here.
Yes, this is really just your opportunity to ask us questions if you have any questions, but as manager mentioned, we've looked at this really closely. Like I said earlier, this would be the first pit in Florida, anywhere in Florida. The closest one is in Georgia. The recommendation is to do this for 3 to 5 years so that we have the opportunity to see the success of it, and then if it is successful at that point, we'd have to look at the master plan for that park and make that decision at that time. We say 3 to 5 years because that's about how far out we are from Frost going into that master plan project. So it gives us a trial period with Miss Crockett and her family to build it, see what it can bring to our community, but we have full faith in what she is capable of doing. We think it will fit the community very well. It has, like I said, the area we're recommending in that northwest corner has very minimal impact on what currently exists there. It's the least impact on the grassy area for the soccer that exists there right now, the football that exists there, as well as the baseball rentals. They all like to use that southeast corner, so we would put any rentals in there. We're not getting rid of any of the baseball. We will allow the baseball to continue there, but it just adds another aspect of sports and programming to our department.
Well,
and to our
Cassie, let me
city.
ask you this. Don't we already have a master, because I've seen it, we have a master site plan for the Frost Park.
We do have
So
the
this-
2019 version
So,
of it.
okay, so this modifies it? Or
Not
we're
at
just
this
adding
point.
just this and leaving everything else the same?
We're not modifying the master plan at all at this point. We're just modifying the existing structures. If we see that it is successful, then we would have to look
Then
at
you
the
put it into
modification.
the master plan?
Yes.
And is there any deed restrictions? Because I know the Frost property was donated to us with certain restrictions.
For parks.
That's
So,
it?
so the usage is aligned with what we're able to do there. It's a recreational use that we're proposing.
Okay, okay. It's okay that it's like a shared, like
I'll confirm it
a
for you.
partnership? Yeah, because we definitely need to look into that when it was conveyed over to the city.
Yes.
So it would be, basically, they're asking for 50% assistance. This is a third-party independent proposal that they brought to us. So it would be basically $277,000. That would be the city's contribution. We'd have to come up with an agreement, negotiate that, probably bring it back at the August meeting if we can, and then they, have a schedule for implementation if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
And we would recover our investment based on what we would
The
be
share.
collecting on the shared revenue.
And there is no additional staffing on our behalf. They would utilize the staffing on site. If they check in at the front desk with our staff that's currently there. Any additional staff for the programming, for doing the aftercare, the camps, the tournaments, would come from the academy staff.
Commissioner Salvino?
Boy, I got some questions for you. Okay, so some of it was highlighted. So this so 50-50 on the investment, and that was $277,000, I believe you said. And then they're going to give us 50% of their income. Is that what you said? No, I know. I was winking my eye. I was trying to. I'm negotiating here. So with the park master plan, we're not starting that park for probably 3 years, right? 3 to 5 years. So in the meantime, you're going to go ahead and move on with their field. Is that correct?
That's right.
So when that 277,000 each gets invested into that, what happens when the master plan comes out? Do we lose that all that element? Does that go to waste?
That would need to be determined at the time.
Okay, well, my point of that, I was going to get to that. So my point of it is if you took a look at the master plan through our architect and regulated a spot that would be a permanent, I think it'd be a lot easier to take it from scratch right there. And if it's a permanent fixture and when we do the master plan, we could probably work around that and not change that particular thing, because I'd hate to see $277,000 get bulldozed up with the sand. I think for the architect, for probably $30,000 or less, they could probably revise that master plan now and make it work on the finalization of our complete park plan. I'm asking, the city that they'll look at. I think that's the way to go. Along with that, some of the questions I have is because, we were talking about bringing in all these, somebody, okay? Okay. That when this explodes, as you say it's going to, because it's the only one in the Southeast United States, and you start bringing in the possibility of national players or teams or something like that, do you plan on charging and fencing the place off for, for these events like that, like they would because it is basically your program at that time?
Yeah, so the way that it's set up right now, it's not fenced.
Right.
And I think it's kind of nice not being fenced, because it's an outdoor thing and it's for the community as well. If we're having an international event, or for example, one of the big things I'd like to do is have a college, annual college tournament there. Beach volleyball is the fastest growing sport for NCAA. Yeah. So I have some friends in there that I can call. And I'd like to do something where we have that annually, FSU, of course.
What? Protect my commissioner.
If they get a beach program, there's a lot of top teams that would come. USC, I actually used to put on a huge event at South Beach for FIU, so we would like to just move that.
But that would be an open venue. There would be no charge to the public to come in.
It's an open venue.
That was my concern, whether or not you were going to fence it in and charge an admission fee or something like that.
No.
Okay, so pretty much
to watch all the tournaments.
Right, so your fees would be collected on lessons and the concession and
the club,
the club and stuff like that. Okay,
exactly.
And
it would be an
rentals
open
and
event.
so on. Okay,
yeah.
That answers my question. I just wanted to make sure that we were it was open to the public. And I see, and you're right. We would recover if off the 30%. Was it 30?
Yes.
I hit the number right that time.
I think it was 3.
I got friends too. Okay. Huh? She says 35.
I thought it was like 5. No. Yeah.
Anyhow, I think it's a win for all of us, because we're bringing in something that we don't have. It's not like you're putting in half, which is a lot of money, and we're going to get 30% of that millions of dollars you're going to bring in.
Yes.
So we're going to be making a profit off of it. And if we can really make it work with our master plan, it would be a double savings. That would
be awesome.
And that'd be my point. Okay, that's all I had to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. You want me to go sit
You
down?
can go sit down now.
Okay.
No, wait. Commissioner Davis?
I have a motion if there's no more questions.
Commissioner James, no question? Yes. Go ahead. And then Commissioner James.
Thank you. So when you say public use, I know that we can come see it, but with your scheduling and practice, along with the tournaments, what use would the community have for it, and what would be the restrictions?
We would allot a certain time of the day you know, because our busiest time is probably gonna be from like 4 to 10, 4 to 9 in the evening, you know, when people are out of school or out of work, you know, when they get done with work. So we would allot some time during the day that would be open for the public to come, and then they would check in with your people, just like the tennis, 'cause we go play tennis over there all the time. So you go and check in, and you can have an hour of doing it, but there would be like, you know, multiple courts there. And if there are open courts, even during the time that we're doing things, some days may be more busy, then if there is open court there, then of course, you know, the public can use that. But we just have to, you know, watch and make sure that it's being used correctly.
Sure. And then my only other comment, I would not recommend that we spend money to revise the plan now. Only because I think in 3 to 5 years, we probably need to go back to the community and see what the needs are. They might be completely different. We have seen master plans change various times, and so I wouldn't want to spend that money now if we're going to approve it, which I second the motion. I think at that time, we should revisit and see where we are, what we need. It might be something completely different from what we have approved in 2019. So.
Yeah, look, we're trying to enhance our parks and utilize our parks more. So, you know, if this brings action over there, that's great. Because really, we don't have much going on over at Frost Park, and it's underutilized, right? So, without spending an arm and a leg and doing a whole master plan, if we could enhance it with this program, you know, by this former Olympian, then I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Davis to approve, and I have a second from Commissioner James. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay.
Yay!
All right.
Yes, we need a picture. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, can we take a photo at the end of the meeting? You guys better stay for the end of the meeting, and then we're taking a photo, okay?
We are so hungry.
Well, no, we got Commissioner comments. You guys still got a grandstand. for
My
photos. Come on.
my teammate is like, I'm hungry.
All right. All right. Okay. No appointments.
And
so,
my board.
wait.
my
We're
board?
going to do Commissioner comments, then we're going to come down, and we'll hang out.
Make it fast. Oh, not yet? Okay.
We have staff and stuff. They want to go home. All right.
We're hungry.
This is so cool.
Okay. Order here. Order here. Commissioner Davis, any comments?
I do have a comment, and this is for our Human Resources Director, Linda, and her team, who gave me the most beautiful birthday card that I have received with the clouds and the beach and the pink. So I just want to thank you guys for being so thoughtful, thinking of me. I appreciate you guys, and have a great evening, and congratulations, Rita Crockett and your all-star volleyball team and program. We're so happy for you. All right, that's it.
Commissioner James?
Yes, I just want to send my respects to Jean Cook and her family in the passing of our former mayor. I wasn't at the service, but I'm sure we were represented there. She meant a lot to this community, and it was just tough to hear, you know. She held out so long on that piece of property and did not want to give it over to Mr. Abo. And, you know, just sending my respects to her family. The Arts Park sign looks great. Can't wait to see the finishing touches on all of the different art things that's going to go there, along with the other park that's going to happen for our veterans. Tamara James Day is July 27th at the Martin Luther King Recreation Center in Hollywood, 2400 Charleston Street. We're giving out 1,000 backpacks filled with school supplies and back to school festivities. Come and join us. It starts at 10 o'clock. And then the first day of school is August the 12th. And so wishing everyone the rest of a safe summer. And really make sure there are going to be a ton of events that we have to prepare your children to go back to school. Please, you know, engage with the commission and with the office to do that. And thank you all for staying here. Congratulations.
All right. Oh, I got it. We're good. Okay. Commissioner Salvino.
I have a lot to say, but I'll wait until after our break because I want to keep everything up. So everybody have a great 6 weeks or 7 weeks. 6.
Sorry,
I said 6, you pervert.
All right. We're almost done, guys. Hold on now. All right. Don't start popping the champagne yet. All right, Vice Mayor Llewellyn.
Yeah, I'm tired. I want to congratulate us. I want to congratulate the city. We did a lot tonight and a lot of really positive things and a lot of compromise and a lot of very good things for the future of this city. So thank you all for that and have a good night.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, you want to add?
One comment, August 1st is our back to school beach cleanup. We want to make sure that everybody comes out. We have a lot of great vendors. Our staff has been working really hard to get this together. So we want to see everybody out on August the 1st, I believe 4:30 to 6 p.m. So please come out and then bring your families and bring your team. Help us keep Dania Beach pristine. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I attended the Jean Cook service, and I knew Jean Cook personally when I first got into real estate, and she always told me to come and work for her real estate office. And she was a very persuasive, and I did business deals with her too, and she was just a great woman overall, great asset for our city, like a true Texan woman she was. She's going to be buried over in Texas, actually. But Jean Cook was just instrumental in this city. You know, her name's up on that poll that we have of influential women. She's a former mayor here. So rest in peace, Jean Cook, and thank you for everything you did for the city of Dania Beach, except selling us your property. And the Improvement Committee, the Dania Beach Improvement Committee is having their second annual fishing tournament this Saturday. And we also have mini season coming up. So we have a big day. The governor gave the state of Florida an extra day of mini season, which is this Sunday. And then mini season is the last Wednesday and Thursday of July. So be safe out there. It's a big recreational activity here in Dania Beach for all of our boaters. And I would like to seek approval for $1,250 to Lighthouse for Kids and Love Our Nation. $1,250 Love Our Nation. So $2,500 total out of my contingency fund for those two kids. And Commissioner Davis wants to match it.
Both of them, I think we should, because in the past we've done it as a team, but if I definitely want to match that. I want to make sure that we give Lighthouse for Students and Love Our Nation at least 25.
So $1,250 from me, $2,500. So split in half. $1,250 to Lighthouse, $1,250 to Love Our Nation, and then Commissioner Davis said $1,250 to Lighthouse, $1,250 to Love Our Nation. So that's out of our personal contingency funds. Do I have approval? Well, we'll do it later. This is, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I have one more last announcement to make. AJ Ryan Realty, we're celebrating our 100th year in business this year. Yeah, so we're having a open party on Saturday, August 24th, from noon to 3. And there's going to be barbecue, libations. It's right in front of our office here on Northwest First Ave. So everybody is invited. Literally, everybody's invited. So, show up, have a good time. August 24th from noon to 3. I don't think there's many businesses been around here for 100 years. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Very productive meeting. Enjoy your summer break. Boom.